throughout the course of the day. The first 11 groups that you will see teed off on 10. So for these young ladies, they are not finishing their round. They are simply marking the halfway point of their round. Once we get to group 12, then those groups are finishing their day here, and we will have a better idea of what the scoreboard shows us. We'll talk about the scores in a moment, but Brent, as someone that recruits top-level players, really recruits a Division I level athlete to coach at the Division II level and play for national championships. My partner has coached 2 team national championships in his days at the University of Indianapolis. Talk about the level of field that we have here and the types of events that these boys and girls are playing seemingly on a week-by-week basis.
Yeah, I mean, they play in events like this year in and year out. I mean, day in and day out, week in and week out. This is what they do. This is a high-level field, obviously. 33 of the top juniors on the boys' side, 33 of the top juniors on the girls' side. They're going to see this, like I said, week in, week out, and this is what prepares them for college. This is what they're going to see when they get to the college level. Tougher, longer golf courses that are set up, tougher. So this is nothing new to these girls and guys. And like you said, yesterday was a long day. It's grueling. You have conditions changing. It could happen as today as well. If we get some heavy rain here, you could see some changes to this golf course. But I talked to Tony Pancake earlier, and I asked him how the golf course was playing, and he said perfect, firm and fast and perfect for what we want to have get accomplished here. So it's going to bring the best players to the top of the leaderboard. And as you asked, this is what they see week in, week out during the summer.
To give you an idea as to the nationwide level of this field, our leader is Lee Chen. She is at 1 under par. Caitlin Huber, who is 14 years old, is at even par. Caitlin Schroeder is at 1 over par. Those players are all from California or Florida, respectively. All right, what's your approach here for this shot? Middle fairway, and it's a back pin location, a different location from what these guys and girls played a day ago.
Yeah, and it's about a 165-yard shot from where she is. She's probably going to try to land it left center of the green, let it funnel back there to the right. You're not going to want to flirt with the water unless you have a wedge in your hand. So I would say she's aiming about right at us and hoping to use the slope and contour to get it back to that back right pin. But anything in the middle of the green or middle left is a very, very smart play here.
This is Melanie Walker. Again, she will be a high school senior next year. Burke, Virginia. It's a good line on the approach. And this is exactly how you want to play it. Let it funnel to the back half of the green. And how about this for the first group of the day, giving us an absolute how-to tutorial of how this is done.
Man, that was perfect. She landed on that front third of the green and let it funnel back there. And she probably played a little bit right of where she wanted to, but that's why you aim where you do, so you have a little bit of room for error there. And just a great shot to start the day.
With your training, being a pro at a Pete Dye design course, my guess is you are used to saying the phrase green complexes a lot. Explain exactly what that means for maybe our average viewer who is not as dialed into the golf scene.
Well, he just makes it tough around the greens. He wants it visually tough, too. One of the best stories I have is I got to walk 18 holes with him, and he was talking about doing a redesign at the original 9 that I worked at down at Dye's Walk, and he wants it to be visually intimidating for you. He was talking about raising one of the bunkers that was not – you couldn't see it from the fairway. He wanted the players to see it just so they thought about it. So this green complex, there's contours, there's bunkering, deep bunkers. He really wants you thinking around these greens, and you saw it right there, how to use the contour. That was a perfect shot there.
This is Faith Johnson. She and her sister Chloe both part of this event. They are both from Evansville. There are a handful of the Indiana players that are participating in today's event. Chloe is a little higher up the leaderboard. She is currently tied for 9th at 7 over. This is Faith's shot. Inside of that 165 and play it the exact same way. Play it to the middle, let it funnel back, and oh my goodness, what a golf shot.
I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Landed on that front third left of the pin. It's going to funnel back there to the right. Those are 2 great shots. We might not see 2 better ones all day. Those are perfect to start the day.
We have 63 more shots that we will see, approach shots to the green. I'm not sure you will see a group that will have a less of a putting average than we are seeing here. All right, so now let's talk about what is the other factor every time you play a round of golf, and clearly that is the weather. You can see the rain has just picked back up. Briefly had a rain shower earlier today. Forecast overall for the day is not great. However, we're keeping our fingers crossed that this rain will be short in length. We're used to in Indianapolis saying this phrase, there's a window, as it involves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, we do feel there's going to be a window of dry time today if we can simply be able to avoid thunderstorms, then we feel we can get this round completed and on time, especially knowing that so many of these golfers have travel considerations involved and could be leaving town this evening.
Yeah, they might have flights out tonight. I don't know what the game plan is, but let's hope it doesn't come into play. So right now it's coming down a little bit sideways, and it just got very, very tough out here all of a sudden, and that's what you have to be ready for at top-level golf. You have to be ready for changing of conditions, and we're seeing it right here immediately. And it's playing firm and fast. You said it has good drainage out here, but this could change things. If we get heavy rain, I mean, your game plan might have to change a little bit.
I'll tell you more about these two players. Melanie Walker, the 2020 Virginia State High School champion. She tied for second at the AJGA Kansas City Open. She finished third at the Callaway Junior Classic on the AJGA Tour. The American Junior Golf Association. Again, if you're familiar with golf, this will be remedial. But Brent, for those that maybe are just happen to be watching our coverage today, explain what the AJGA is all about.
Well, they've done such a great job at creating nationwide tournaments and top-level fields, and a lot of these players playing AJGA schedule just to see the best competition from around the country. And like I said, the AJGA has done such a good job. There's other tours out there as well, Golf Weeks, and there's several others. But the AJGA has kind of separated itself as a premier tour for junior golf, and to see the highest level of competition that you're going to see on a weekly basis. So they have tournaments throughout the country, from East Coast to West Coast, and a lot of these players have played a ton of AJGA events.
So literally, conditions change between shot 2 and shot 3. These players are thankful they got the roll on the green they did. So this is Walker looking for a birdie as she makes the turn. We're about 30 yards away from the pin. So I'll go more into golf voice with that being the case. Oh my goodness.
It's a good roll, great speed. Just missed it a little bit on the right side, but a great putt there by Walker.
Generally, on this hole, par is always a good score.
Oh, absolutely. They're not going to be unhappy with par. You're a little disappointed when you hit one in there close, but you'll take 4 here all day long.
Walker on her round today, +5 through her first 8 holes. Shot a 73 in the opening round. Struggled a bit in round 2 yesterday with an 80. Melanie at 14 over for the tournament. Currently tied for 21st of this 33-player field. Faith Johnson now. She is 2 over for her first 8 holes of the day.
Yeah, we have a couple Indiana state champions. This Faith Johnson, the Indiana state champion. She's used to playing for championships. Her high school at Evansville North, very, very good program.
Faith 79-74 in her 2 rounds yesterday. Well, again, you'll be happy with the par, which Faith is able to pick up there. I think both players again felt they may have left birdie on the table.
Yeah, you hit such a good shot in there, especially on this difficult 18th hole here at Crooked Stick, and you want to take advantage of maybe gain one on the field, but you're not going to lose anything with pars.
So Walker looking to finish.
They seem to, there was prices listed at the bar, and I'm like, I'm not going to pay any money.
Both players take a par, so again, I'm not sure we will see a group play this hole in as solid of a fashion as we just saw these two young ladies do.
No, two just textbook. Right down the middle of the fairway, use the slope. First third of the green, let it funnel back there. Each of them inside 10 feet. Very, very good by Johnson and Walker.
And so, again, we now will see a boys group then make their way to the tee. We have line of sight to the 17th green, where there is a trio of boys players, or the three that we will see next. So next up on the tee will be Jay Nimmo, Sebastian Moss, and Jack Roberts. And that's one of the things that, not surprisingly, at a place like Crooked Stick that we learned a year ago, pace of play here is stellar. It was, and we're looking at this is our second year of broadcasting this event, but even in not exactly great conditions, these players tend to keep it moving at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. They're good players. They know what it's all about. They're ready to play when it comes time. And that's where I will say the AJGA, you were talking about that, that's where they've done a good job of creating this pace of play. They want people playing ready golf and moving to the next tee even before the other players are done playing the current hole. So pace of play has become a serious issue, and obviously anything we can do in junior golf to help, and AJGA has done a good job. You see a great pace of play here at Crooked Stick.
I want to thank our tremendous crew on the ISC Sports Network. Extra kudos go out to Jordan Shue, Aaron Van Wolde, as well as Derek Schultz. They were part of the setup crew that spent hours here yesterday being able to bring this level of coverage to you. Thank you so much to Wayne Durr, Austin Lass, Matt Armstrong, and Josh Baker, who are all joining us on our coverage. And we are fortunate to have an interview set to be able to talk to players and important folks that are part of this tournament today. Now, again, we won't talk to any players until we get to the back nine, so to speak, or the last 11 groups that we'll play through. But if you're familiar with Indiana Pacers radio, there's only one Eddie White. He is a member here at Crooked Stick, and he is joining us on the broadcast today for interviews and Eddie's unique perspective on life. So it is great to have Senor Eduardo Blanco as part of our coverage today on the ISC Sports Network. There you see the trio of boys players that are starting to make their way back to the tee. Again, Jay Nimmo, Sebastian Moss, and Jack Roberts are the trio that we will next see. And kind of because of the pace of play, things are spaced out, much like we had with our previous two young ladies. We might be able to follow this group the entire way through. By the way, I love the repurposing any Pete Dye course. You see all of these railroad ties. This is obviously a railroad car that was used as a covered bridge. And if you're from the state of Indiana, maybe you're lucky enough, like I am, to have a refurbished mail pouch tobacco barn. There's one in my hometown of Lanesville, and so always makes me smile when I see that here on the walk from 17 to 18. That is not the only covered bridge that you have here. Again, a nod to the history of the state of Indiana that Pete and Alice Dye put together as this course has been built up over the years.
Yeah, and it's something you feel when you walk around here. It is really cool out there on number 6, here on number 18. Those covered bridges add something, and something special to just your round of golf here at Crooked Stick, and the history behind that in the state of Indiana. It's really cool to see out here.
So of these golfers that we're about to see, Jack Roberts, not yet a high school senior. He will be a freshman next year. He is from St. Mary's, Georgia. He was the Jones Cup Junior Low Qualifier with a 67. Imagine being 14 and shooting a 67.
You know, Greg, I'd like to say it surprises me, but these kids can play. I'm telling you, they're just getting better and better each year. And these young kids can play. They can hit it a long way, and they know how to play the game of golf. And to see a 67 out of him, it doesn't even surprise me anymore. These kids are good.
Sebastian Moss, that is part of this group. He will play at the University of Louisville, and he is a high school senior. So he is headed to play Division I golf a year from now. Sebastian was the Orange Bowl Junior International Champion. Also qualified for the USGA 4-ball in 2020. And Jay Nimmo is from Benton, Kentucky. He will play at Mississippi State next year. And in 2019 and 2020, he was the Kentucky High School Athletic Association state champion.
Where's that? Is this the break you were telling me about?
This is not the break that we thought were going to happen. So
it is coming down hard now. So these conditions changing immediately for these players as we come on the air. This 18th is going to play a little tougher as it's not going to roll out near as far.
And this 18th hole plays long regardless. And folks, we will do our best to kind of identify. Thankfully, the caddies have bibs that allow us to kind of identify who's who. I would imagine this is our 14-year-old competitor that we are seeing here, would be my guess. We'll find out shortly. And as he swings, the rain picks up in intensity. And folks, from a rain standpoint, this is kind of what we dealt with yesterday. You would have these short, heavy downbursts, and then things would clear up.
I was actually out on the golf course as we talked about before we went on air, and we had the same thing here, and just came out of nowhere and downpour, and then it became sunny and stopped just like it just did right now, and now it's clear and calm.
How does this course change? How does this hole change when you're looking at it from the left-hander's perspective?
Well, it depends on what type of shot shape they're normally hitting. If they hit a draw, it sets that perfect for them. If they hit a cut, you're going to add a little bit of distance and bring that left rough into play. So I didn't see where his ball landed, but if you're one that can draw it on command, this sets up perfect. Aim down the left side, hit a big draw, get that top spin on it. You can take off some yardage here.
Yes.
In our broadcast location, we are on what is an auxiliary tee box for the 10th tee. It is a wonderful perch just above the 18th green. So we've got line of sight.
This is terrifying.
These guys just curve around the lake from our perspective.
See one ball back in the fairway, but I can't tell whose that is.
We'll know here in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yep,
as
sure
these guys will be walking towards the fairway.
There's two in the fairway. There's one
and what
right in the middle.
Folks, you will also kind of be able to determine or see, as clearly that was Moss that was the last off the tee. A lot of times the caddies will wait for the players. They'll kind of walk over from 17, let the players walk back to the back tee boxes, and then kind of meet them in the fairway.
Yeah, it's quite a little walk back there to that tee box. I did that last year with Annabelle Pancake, who I was caddying for in this event, and it's easier sometimes just to wait and let them do their thing back there and then pick them back up here as we come around the bend.
And some of these players, both on the boys and the girls side, will have their own caddies, whether it's a parent, coach, friend, whatever. But there are, I believe, about 15 of the regular caddies here at Cricket Stick that are in use, providing local knowledge. And as you referenced, you caddied this event last year. The head pro, Tony Pancake, his daughter Abigail now plays at Clemson, and you do some coaching work with her. In fact, you're going to do a little coaching work with her today, correct?
Yeah, she's actually out caddying. Annabelle's out caddying for one of her future teammates from Texas, and she wanted some help as she prepares for the state amateur starting tomorrow. She's a great player in herself, and Tony's done such a good job preparing her for college as well. So it's been fun to work with her. I had a blast caddying, got to know a lot of these players that are here again this year. But yeah, we're going to do a little work after we get done here today.
And from a player perspective, from a top amateur perspective, another young lady that you have worked with for many years, about to play in the Palmer Cup. She plays her college golf at Duke University. How's Erica Shepard doing these days?
She's doing really well. I saw her this week. She looked as sharp as ever, and Coach Brooks and Coach Woodhouse have done such a good job with her at Duke. We communicate very well together, and it's a great team that she has put together. And, man, she works hard, and she's very fortunate and thankful that she got chosen to play on the Palmer Cup and represent the United States. And she goes up to Rich Harvest Farms this week. I'll be going up later in the week to watch her play. And she's supposed to be here today with Coach Woodhouse, so we'll see if she shows up. But, yeah, it's been a pleasure to work with her.
So the players making their way up towards the fairway. And I'm wondering, given the location of one of our players, if every ball is going to be wet on this hole currently, but one a little extra so. If potentially there's a drop that needs to be taken.
hard to see with the rain coming down, but
Correct.
it certainly looks like they are taking a drop back there. Yeah, he's getting his driver out to take his relief, and now it's going to be an even tougher shot here. He's going to have, I'm going to guess, 220, 230 from that area. That's going to be about 225 yards back to that pin. So.
Because of the length of club he's got to hit and the small landing area you have, you're taking the green out of play. There's this sizable bailout area to the left. Kind of walk us through what his mindset is on this shot.
Well, I think there's 2 or 3 options. One, yes, he can play it out to the left. However, 2 bunkers then come into play, which he doesn't want that bunker shot going back towards the water. He can play it to the front left portion of the green and try to skip it back there. It's probably only 190 yards to the front portion where he's going to try to fly it. He's not trying to hit it 220 yards by any means. Or he can lay up short and try to get up and down. It's going to be interesting to see. That's what makes this hole so interesting and unique. You have so many options, especially with this back right pin. I'm curious to see what he's going to do.
Jack Roberts 10 over on his first 2 days. Went 74-80. Jay Nimmo in his first 2 days. +7. 75-76. Sebastian Moss +8. 78-74. The rain continues to intensify.
You know, right now he's thinking any way possible to make 5 and get out of here. So he's trying to assess. He's either thinking about this shot or he's waiting for the rain to slow down just a little bit. But he's trying to make 5 and get out of here. And he won't lose too many to the field making 5 here.
I actually do see patches of blue sky to our west. But we knew we would be fighting this throughout the course of the day. And if he was waiting for a break in the rain, he may have just gotten it.
Yeah, it's slowing down quite a bit.
Looks like we may have a play out of the fairway here first. For whatever reason, this group's score is not being officially tracked as of their first 8 holes for some reason. So unfortunately, I can't pass along to you what their scores have been. And this one, just a low iron that will hit right into that green side area. Bunker shot coming up here. That young man's asking for I need a dry golf glove, please.
Yeah, I think so.
Clearly has a parent or a friend just off to the kind of behind our camera position. Now back to the drop area for what will be a 3rd shot here. And going iron from here. This will lay up. Again, good safe shot and plenty of green to work with a chip as well.
Yeah, he'll have plenty of work back there. He won't have to carry it very far. It'll take that funnel and catch that slope. It shouldn't be too hard of a pitch shot from that area. It's a good layup shot.
This is Sebastian Moss. How about this? Quickly put that up on the green, spins back.
And that's the difference with what type of club you're coming in here with. That one, he could create some spin. He needed to fly it over that mound and just came up just a hair short, but a great shot there.
So Moss, again, because of being short of that mound, he is more in 2-putt territory. You have seen some of the adventures that this hole can provide. So we have another group that is playing the 17th green as we speak. So again, you'll see sometimes 3 groups on this hole. Oftentimes you see kind of groups in the fairway waiting for those on the green to clear, but once we start our broadcast day, it tends to be pretty constant from an activities standpoint here along the 18th green. Let's update you in terms of the leaderboard. Local product Drew Wrightson from here in Carmel is going to play at Baylor University. He was at 1 under after his first 2 rounds. Caden Pope, who is a high school sophomore from Lexington, going to play at Auburn University. And Nick Dunlap, who is a senior-to-be from Huntsville, Alabama, and he will play at the University of Alabama. He is at even par. Those are your 3 leaders, but there are 6 players either on the course or about to tee off that are within 2 shots of the lead. Somebody turned off the faucet.
Yes, and now it's just dead calm. No rains. Looks like the skies are brightening a little bit. No wind. You're right. It just got the faucet turned off, and it's perfect out here right now.
And it appears that Mr. Nimmo has decided, I don't really need to play with a caddy. I'll just go do this by myself.
Yeah, I was noticing that. He was trying to stay dry back there and keep his glove dry and trying to do it by himself.
His 3rd shot. Probably would have liked doing a little bit more with that.
Yeah, he's not going to be too happy with that one. He kind of, a little bit of deceleration. You never know what the lie is down there in that heavy rough. And he just needed to get it over that ridge just a little bit more, and it would have trickled all the way down there and just left it short.
So we have 1 par putt coming up. We have 1 birdie putt coming up. And the youngster of the group will have the chip for par. He's trying to get up and down and get his 5 and minimize the damage at this point. I hope that's the last that we see of the showers for a while.
It's looking pretty good off to the west all of a sudden right now. It's brightened up considerably, so hopefully that's a sign of good things to come.
You and I will believe in the power of positive thinking as best we can.
It's a little easier for us. We have a tent. For these players, it's going to change the conditions quite a bit. It's a chore to keep things dry in downpours like that. Going to catch the ridge just barely.
Shot keeps getting better by the roll.
It does, and yeah.
He still has a decent amount of work for a par putt, but once you go on the drink off the tee, you're in damage control mode, especially when you are such a young golfer playing against a field that's much more experienced.
Yeah, I believe that'll be a bogey putt, though. He hit it in the water there.
Correct.
Yep, he's putting for bogey there, and there's where conditions can change with that heavy downpour. 20, 25 minutes ago when it was dry, that might have trickled down there a lot closer, but because of the moisture on the greens right now, it really slowed up coming over that ridge.
By the way, there's another young lady in the field that is also a freshman to be in high school, Caitlin Huber. She's right now, she's in 2nd place.
That's awesome.
On the girls' side at 14. So the first putt belongs to Moss. And again, this is a birdie putt. Not bad.
Yeah, it's rolling a little bit by, a little bit farther than he wanted. He wanted that in there.
Just how tough is it to read greens after it freshly rains?
Yeah, it's in your mind, and he probably saw those chips come up short and thinking the moisture slowed him down a little bit, and it wouldn't surprise me if he put a little bit of extra into that putt just to make sure he got it there, and unfortunately it came over that ridge and ran it by, looks like 4 or 5 feet, which I'm sure he would rather have it inside there 2 or 3 feet or less. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players handle the changing conditions.
By the way, our next group on the girls' side is making it to their tee box momentarily. That's a heck of an effort.
That's perfect speed. Just missed on the right side. Great putt there, though.
Again, he doesn't exactly have an easy one left. He's got a bit of a nervous one left for his. I thought he wasn't rewarded for what was a pretty good effort from his spot. Having been up here a year ago, we can tell you there are few easy putts on this hole.
There's few easy putts on any Pete Dye golf course.
Good point. Pete'll let you get started the first couple holes, and then it picks up.
Yeah.
This is for bogey. Yeah, these greens aren't slowing down a bit with that rain.
No, not at all. They've kept their pace up as we've watched these three players all run it a good 3 feet past or more.
So the action on the tee. We'll update you as to that threesome of young ladies coming up in a matter of moments. There's Moss.
I actually followed the ball on that one, and he didn't take me. I'm never going to do it again.
Never feel good about leaving with the bogey when you're on the green in 2.
No, he just got too aggressive with that first putt. Like I said, I don't know if it was just his the changing conditions making him hit it a little bit harder, or he just hit it too hard himself. But obviously, you hit the green here and you have 20, 25 feet. You want to get out of here with that par.
All right, so while you see another well-struck tee shot from the back, let's get you back to the green. This is a bogey putt. And sunk.
As you are.
We have 1-5 on the scorecard. Another solid drive from the tee box.
Goddamn bird
This is
distracted
Roberts
me.
back at the green. Double bogey.
I was like, wait, how did...
Pick up with that trio of young ladies as they make their way to the fairway. Now Moss for his bogey. And connects. So 2 5s and a 6. Again, it goes back to the first group that we just saw. It shows you why, hey, yeah, you missed a couple of birdie putts, but you take your 2 pars, you tip your cap, and you go on to the next tee here at this 18th hole.
Yeah, and that's why we were talking about they were such good shots and played the hole so solidly. And like you said, it's going to be tough to see 2 better shots from a group all day. So you see how tough it can play with this group right here. Even when you do hit the green, putting's not easy as well. So you see this group playing it in 4 over. So see 3 pretty good drives, it looks like, from this group of ladies back in the fairway. So we'll see how they do.
All right, so the next trio that we are about to see, Bailey Shoemaker, Drew Nienhuis, and Bailey Davis. Those are the 3 that are making their way to the fairway and to our camera location. Caddies are ready. Players still making their way to that location.
Yeah, that's what we said. They get to cheat. They don't have to go back to that tee box unless the player wants them to. So
Bailey Shoemaker from Dade City, Florida. She is a high school sophomore. She'll be a junior next year. She's going to play at USC. Through her first 7 holes of her round today, so we don't have her updated score yet from the 8th hole. She was 1 over through her first 7. She is 10 over for the tournament. She is tied for 13th. Bailey Davis is from White Plains, Maryland. She is now a high school senior. She's playing college golf next year at the University of Tennessee. She, too, is 1 over through her first 7 holes of the day, plus 11 for the tournament. Drew Nienhuis is from St. Albans, Missouri. She is going to play at Penn State next year. 12 over par for the tournament, 2 over for her day. 78 and 76 her first 2 rounds. So again, this is the 3rd group of 11 that teed off of 10. First 11 groups that we see, this is their 9th hole, and then they will go play the front 9. Once we get to group number 12, that's when we start to see the group that is finishing their day.
And Greg, this group's a little bit deeper. They're going to have almost 180-yard shots here. This is where it gets interesting. They're going to definitely want to land it on that front third and left center and try to let it funnel back there. But it's just a lot tougher shot when you have 5-iron or 6-iron in your hand than it is with a wedge. Stating the obvious there.
Welcome to television. We do that all the time, my
Yeah.
friend. Iron well struck, and again, played it perfectly.
Played it really well. Don't have a low cut there. It ends up middle of the green on the right, so she'll have the same putt that Moss just had.
Now you're in 2-putt territory there, but again, on this hole, par is a wonderful score. Good ball flight on this one.
This is an aggressive line.
But just nestles up at a little bit short of that green, and that'll be an area code putt.
Yeah, that's going to be a long one. She'll have trouble there getting that one close. Has to go up and over that ridge, and he was coming out of the first cut of rough back there, and I just wonder if that moisture didn't hold up that shot a little bit.
Now we have a blind tee shot for our second shot, I should say, for our third competitor of this group. We'll get you names as they get to the fairway to identify with each player. So tracking and well struck.
Yeah, if it catches that slope, it could get really good here.
Go figure. The toughest approach shot ends up being the best as that ball continues to roll. And
great shot.
Absolutely.
Now the heavy left rough and threw it up in the air and got it back there almost to pin high, and what a great shot there.
Bailey Shoemaker of this group, the 2021 Kathy Whitworth Invitational Champion, as an additional 2 AJGA wins. Bailey Davis is going to play at the University of Tennessee. She is the current Maryland Junior AM champion. She is the 3-time Maryland High School state champion.
Wow, impressive resume.
And a top 10 finish at the 2020 Rolex Junior Girls Championship.
Greg, have you ever played here?
I have.
Yeah.
Not well enough to actually talk about. By the way, Drew Nienhaus, 4-time Missouri High School state champion, 2-time PGA Junior Girls Championship qualifier, and the Gateway PGA Player of the Year.
You're not going to talk about your round, huh? You went quiet on me.
I had a couple of pars. Almost had a birdie. I have played here in outing style. I have never had to fully play my own ball here. But it was wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great place, great golf course. They do such a great job. It's always in perfect condition. And as you said, they continue to improve it. It just looks perfect out here right now.
This was, I believe, before the Solheim Cup was here in 2005. That day I had a chance to do an interview with Nancy Lopez. Loved that conversation. And these are all birdie putts, but 2 of the 3 of them are from a significant distance.
This one's pushing 70 or 80 feet.
I'd say from that distance,
It's a very good effort.
that is outstanding.
Yeah, pretty good effort there. It's tough to judge that speed going over that mound.
So about 7 or 8 feet for par there, you would say?
Yeah, it looks like 6, 7 feet maybe.
My golf game's not as good as yours, but my ability to read feet away, I can meet with you.
Greg, I think there is sun
There
coming
is,
out.
which means it's going to get warm quickly. Like we talked about, this course dries in fast fashion. By the way, while this group is on the green, looks like the next set of boys players are getting ready to head back to their tee box. Good speed.
Yeah, very good speed there. Just a little tap in left for her second putt. That's perfect speed. That's exactly what you want to do.
Now we'll see Bailey Davis with her par putt. Again, from her tremendous up from what is really kind of a ravine that is to the left of this fairway.
Great speed here. Good looking putt. Oh, wow.
That deserved better, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a great putt.
Missed it by a ball. But take your par and smile.
Absolutely.
That is 3 for 3 on the ladies' side.
Yeah, just a great second shot in there from that heavy rough down in that swale. Just perfect distance control and good putt. Just didn't go in.
Another par putt upcoming here. Well done.
Great. Pours it right in the middle.
Make that 4 for 4. Surprised the flag's in here?
You know what? I see it. It's more people are taking it out, but I still see quite a few leave it in.
Certainly gives you something to aim for dead middle, and it works out just fine. So congratulations from the ladies' perspective.
Yep.
They have made 5 consecutive pars, the players coming through here, and they're all about kind of mid-pack as far as the leaderboard is concerned.
Yeah, they just played it very solidly since we've been here. Obviously, the first 2 just hit those great shots in there, and 3 pars here from this group. That's tough to do on this hole.
So our next trio of boys that are playing this event, Ian Davis, Cooper Claycomb, and Jack Turner. How about this? Of the 6 young men we have seen so far, it's the second lefty. And going iron off the tee box there.
Wow, that's interesting. That's going to leave a long shot in.
So tee shots done for this group. I'll tell you about their relative standing here in the tournament momentarily.
So when I hit this button, I'm talking to the truck? Oh, okay. So if I, my point is, I said make it 10.
Jack Turner at 12 over.
Nice. And I can give you
Turner is 1 over through 7. Cooper Claycomb is 1 over through 7. And Ian Davis is 2 over through 7. And this trio, they are all 12 over for the tournament. So all with the very same score. Again, this is their 9th hole of the day with 9 more to go. You can see one ball on the fairway. I'm not sure if that was the iron that was struck by the last player up.
It's quite a ways back there, so it wouldn't surprise me if that isn't the iron shot. So
We referenced the fact that it was 410 from the girls' tees, from the boys' tees. What are they?
you know what? I didn't
swinging
ask
today?
Nate, but
I would assume 450.
450, 460,
457
even.
usually.
Yeah, 460, 470, somewhere in that area. It's a long hole for the guys, and that ball is way back there. So
Let's update you on the leaderboard. Leaders have played 2 holes so far. Drew Wrightson at 1 under. Caden Pope at even par. Nicholas Gross is at 1 over par. Jake Peacock, Nick Dunlap, all at 1 over as well. As far as the girls' side of the ledger, we referenced 14-year-old Caitlin Huber. She is leading this event. She is at even par. She has played 3 holes so far of her round today. Lee Chen is at 1 over. Caitlin Schroeder 2 over. Melina Barrientos, Carissa Shang all at 3 over as well. All of those players are through 3 at this point. And the sun continuing to shine after we had a gully washer, a downpour, a deluge, however you would like to describe it, that lasted for a good 10 to 15 minutes.
yeah, it came down hard there for a second. It was tough to pull the trigger and stay dry there for a minute.
And time flies when you're having fun. We are already about an hour and 15 into our broadcast. Greg Rakestraw, Brent Nickerson. I promise we're going to let Eddie White talk at some point in time in the very near future.
Another ball back in the
Yep.
in the lake back there. We'll see several of those today. This is from 227, so it takes about 185 yards or so to the front edge.
Is that what you're thinking here, Brent?
That's what I'm thinking. Just get it to front edge or lay up, and he might not like that. This one might be wet as well. No, it's left. Sorry, I
Just
saw
pulled
him
it
drop
left.
Yep,
It's dry.
not bad. Yeah, he can just chance to get up and down and save 5.
That'll be his 4th shot. Second shot here. In this group, all at 12 over par.
This is from about 200.
200 with the iron. If you can bend the shot with the lefty swing, a little more green to work with.
Yeah, he looked like he hit a draw back in there.
Perfection.
Great play there to the
Well,
center of the green. That's just a great play.
You never complain when you're center of the green here. He had hoped for about another couple of feet of bounce, because if it does, it hits that ridge and funnels it to the green. But at this course, when you can 2-putt and then quickly taking his swing from, again, that kind of penalty area, and this will be at the very edge of the fairway, the second shot for the 3rd player of this group. So we have 1 on the dance floor and 2 that are just shy of it.
Yeah.
2 players getting ready to hit their 3rd. They're either birdie, chip, or putt opportunities. And a 3rd that, again, is trying to minimize the damage. Got here with a 5 and go make the turn to the back 9.
Yeah, that last shot was out of the thick, wet rough, so looked like he laid up just short of the grassy area there in the fairway. So we'll have a chance to make par again with an up and down attempt. But you know, that's what we talked about. This hole just makes you think there's so many options you can do to when you get in trouble off the tee, whether you're in the rough or unfortunately a couple of these players have hit it in the water. You really have to think about how to survive the hole with as little damage as possible.
Looks like another young man that is also handling his own bag and saying, "I don't need my caddy today."
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, thanks for joining us here on the ISC Sports Network. Thanks to those of you joining us on Comcast 81 across the state of Indiana as well. My name is Greg Rakestraw, joined by the very successful golf coach at the University of Indianapolis, and Brent Nickerson. His teams just finished in the top 5 respectively in their Division II national championships. Coach of the individual national champion, Keegan Brandenburg from Muncie, correct?
Yes, sir. Muncie, Indiana.
Just won the D2 national championship a couple of weeks ago. So personal coach for one of the top female amateurs in the country, and Erica Shepard. Now plays at Duke University. As these players head to the 18th green, there will be the next set of girls players will make their way to the 18th tee, and as advertised, it does not take long for these groups to come through here. This is Jack Turner, who's both player and caddy today. Jack from Orlando, undecided. He'll be a high school junior next year.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I assume these guys have all played together quite a bit, with all 3 players being from Orlando.
Gets that ridge. That'll keep rolling.
Great shot there.
You sure he's from Orlando? He looks like he's from Carmel, given how he played that shot.
That was very, very good right there. That's what the players in the group earlier tried to do, and left it short up on that mound, and he got it over the ridge and got it down there to looks like about 5 or 6 feet.
This is Cooper Claycomb.
Yeah, Cooper's older brother Cannon plays for Alabama. Great junior career for himself. So a lot of competition in this family.
Cooper 80, then 75 yesterday. We do not have a score from the 8th hole, but was 1 over as he was playing the 17th. Scoring through Golf Genius for this tournament. And that'll roll past, and that shows you the delicate nature of this green. He maybe hit that 2 feet, 3 feet past where Turner did and had a completely different result.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to land it short of that ridge and let it take it. Unfortunately, he carried it a little bit too far. Now he's going to have a tough putt to try to save his bogey, I believe. He hit it in the water, correct?
So here's Ian Davis.
Well, he did not waste any time at all.
No. Now let's see if he left himself a little bit of work as far as his par putt is concerned.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. The speed was pretty good. Just didn't play it out quite high enough, so it came in on the low side and just kept trickling away from the hole. But it looks like he'll have about 3 feet left.
Showing you the action on the girls' tee. They'll be able to head towards their balls in the fairway before, as this group finishes. And pace of play has been tremendous so far today.
That's been very good. And Greg, now the conditions are absolutely perfect. It's still out here. Wind's barely moving, and the sun's out. It's become very good out here.
We'll update you on those next 3 golfers in a matter of moments. Have a putt just off the green in front of us here. Oh, and just burned the left edge. Let's get back to the green. Good looking putt. Well done.
Great save there.
And that's the reward for such a Fine chip shot. It's a par for Jack Turner.
And as we said, he'll gain one on the field, making par here. The earlier group played it in 4 over, and to make par here, Davis now has a par putt as well, but very solid score here on the 18th.
So a 5. And this would be for 6, correct?
I believe so, yes. I believe he hit it in the water and then laid up, and then, yep.
Hey guys, keep watching the screen. Very soon I'm going to have the chairman right in front of the dice.
Copy that, Eddie. So 4, 5, and 6 made by this trio of golfers. Coming up in a matter of moments, we'll check in with Eddie White. Have his first of many guests on the coverage today. And that was the 4th group that you saw go through. Our next trio of players, Savannah Hilton, Isabella Vanderbeest, and Kara Heisterkamp. The scores are almost in reverse order. You know, we kind of go in descending order in terms of the leaderboard when it comes to the first 11 groups. The 11 groups that teed off of 10 kind of went in reverse. So the players that you'll see these next, say, 5 or 6 groups, probably not in contention for, say, a really top 10 at this point. This is simply about trying to finish your 2 days in solid fashion, improve your score from day 1 to day 2. And, of course, one thing that we need to note, and obviously you're included in this group as well, but for the last 15 months, there has been no in-person recruiting in terms of college athletics. That period ended as of last week, so there are college coaches aplenty that are here checking out the action today.
Absolutely. They're either watching players that they already have committed and haven't seen them play in a while, or they're out recruiting some, uncommitted players. So, June 1st, the floodgates open for Division I coaches. They were able to get out and start watching. It's great to see everybody out again, see our friends out recruiting, and it's great to have them here at Crooked Stick.
All right, let's go to our interview set, which is located next to the clubhouse. It is wonderful to welcome a very special guest, and it's great to have Eddie White as part of the broadcast this year. Eddie, take it away.
Time friend of the Dies. First of all, your thoughts. What a spectacular couple days it's been.
Spectacular is not strong enough. This has been absolutely fantastic. We've had a little weather issue, but it didn't deter any of these kids. They're all out here to play, and they're so appreciative, and their folks, their parents, are so appreciative of this, which makes me delighted. Crooked Stick is dedicated to honoring the Dies and golf. This is a golf club. We don't have any other amenity than the golf course. And it's thrilling. I especially am happy. Pete and Alice Dye would be just thrilled with what's going on here. So I think we've got something. I think it's going to last for a long time. And it's just great. Great watching these kids. They made an old man happy.
Greg mentioned earlier in the broadcast that June 1 was the first time the NCAA opened college coaches in all sports to recruit. You've had over 30 college coaches from the top programs in the country here recruiting these kids. It reinforces the fact that you have 66 of the best boys and girls junior players in the world playing on your course.
It's interesting. I believe currently a 14-year-old is leading this tournament. I think all 30 coaches are in her gallerying her play right now.
And finally, I just want to confirm a rumor that you appointed 2 people in charge of the weather yesterday and today, and it's spectacular again. Their names are Pete and Alice. You don't think they're working some magic up there?
They're always working their magic. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we've had General George Patton experience here.
Well, my friend, congratulations on another great event. It's a wonderful day, and you're really helping the game of golf. I know Coach appreciates it, and Greg appreciates it, and we thank you for everything.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it.
Back to you
Thanks for being
guys.
here.
Eddie, thank you very much. It's going to be wonderful to have Eddie's perspective on everything taking place today. Eddie, a member here at Crooked Stick, and is as passionate about golf as he is the Indiana Pacers, DePaul University baseball, and all things National Football League. And that ball flirted with disaster.
Yes, it did. And
Before
it stayed
catching
up.
the first cut of the rough, and there is not much wiggle room there. So that was, of that trio, that was a very difficult first shot to hang with. And you see one ball that was kind of pulled from the rough along the lake that is safely in the fairway. Another ball that, again, trying to get up and down for a par, but we have a legitimate birdie try coming up from our first approach from the fairway of this group.
Yeah, and she played it perfectly, just as we've said in every group that's come through that has gotten it close. She landed on the first, front third of the green. It trickled over that ridge and got down there. It looks like about 6 or 7 feet for birdie. Just a great shot in there to this back right hole location. And the ball out to the left that's short, she about had to play that shot. She was in heavy rough in the right side, and it's tough to pull the trigger and try to take it out over the water. So she played it very smart. Going to play for 5, could make 4, but 5 at the worst. And then the third ball, obviously, I'm sure she hit that a little bit right of where she wanted, but I assume she was aiming a little left, which gave her a little bit of room for error, although it was really close there.
Isabella Vanderbeest in this group, plus 18, 80, 77 yesterday. 5 over through her first 7 holes today. Kara Heisterkamp, who will be a high school sophomore next year. She's from Westlake, Ohio. She is undecided on her college commitment. She is 2 over on her round today after back-to-back 79s in her rounds a day ago. And then Savannah Hilton rounds out this trio of players, and Savannah even par through her first 7 holes today. And she is one of 3 players in this field that will be a Furman University Paladin. She will be one next year. She's from Hilton Head, South Carolina. The Johnson twins from Evansville are also going to play at Furman, but that'll be a year from now. They will return to Evansville North High School to compete for a team and individual state championship a year from now. We'll update you on something that occurred in the leading group over on the front 9 coming up in a matter of moments. This is Heisterkamp that is off the edge of the green. Vanderbeest will be the player chipping here. And all these ladies approaching their 3rd shot. It was Hilton who's had this great back 9 going that has the birdie look here on the green. Isabella, just a little too strong.
Yeah, just carried a little bit too far. And you talk about Heisterkamp, and at the die, believe she got a top 10 here last year, so she knows how to play this golf course.
Yeah, Laney Fry, our defending champion, who in her freshman year at Kentucky only proceeded to have the 5th best scoring average in program history. Heisterkamp.
Oh, this is perfect.
Read that one.
This is perfect.
It's going to let her in.
Oh, wow.
That should have been a birdie.
That was perfect. Perfect speed. Greg Heisterkamp, it also says in her bio, she's won 75 junior events. Are you kidding me? 75 junior tournaments?
With that chip shot, I can see why.
I see why, too, yeah. Wow.
So Hilton. Let's come back after this putt. Here's the opportunity that We saw that you didn't.
That was perfect speed, too. I don't know how that didn't go.
And the boys players teeing off behind them. So we were cutting away to one of those shots. Isabella from Kingsport, Tennessee. And as far northeastern Tennessee. Good read and good speed.
Looks great. Just hanging out to the right, but very good read and good speed. You're exactly correct. Just didn't go down.
That will be the first bogey that we see on the girls' division. By the time the ladies finish here, we will have the young men in the next trio of players ready for their approach shot. So Hilton lining up her birdie putt.
Yeah, this has been the best approach we've seen in here today. We've seen several good ones. This has been the best of the bunch, and see if she can capitalize here. Greg, every putt that we've seen miss from up here is missed high.
Yep.
Every one of them is missed high. So it must look like it breaks considerably, and it just doesn't. They just stay on that high side.
Heisterkamp for par. As a freshman, this young lady finished as the runner-up in the Ohio State Championship. Hilton finished third at the Dustin Johnson Junior World Championship. And playing college golf next year and taps in for a par. Well, she would like to have had a birdie, but as we have said, you take your par on this hole and on to the next.
Yep, absolutely.
Knowing that they are playing the first hole next. And again, in Pete Dye lore, first hole, Pete lets you do a little scoring usually on most courses. So as the guys get ready to have their approach shots coming up, let's go back to the front nine and Lee Chien, who is currently at 2 over par. She is playing her 5th hole, and she was assessed a 2-stroke penalty. Explain to us why, Coach.
Yeah, well, according to Eddie gave us the information there, her caddy held an umbrella over her while she putted, and that is against the rules. You have to back off as they putt, and evidently there was a rules official there and saw it, or it was called on herself. You don't know the situation, but it is a 2-shot penalty, so that's tough when you're in one of the league groups. But yeah, the caddy has to pull back, can't hold an umbrella over him as they hit a shot.
So with that, this is the trio that teed off at 9 o'clock. In other words, they're playing at about a little over 4-hour pace, which is what you want. Ethan Seng, Evan Woosley Reed, and Jordan Gillickson. The trio of players you are seeing here. And the player that is off the fairway is going to give it a go first.
Yeah, tough shot from there. That rough's down there is awful thick. He's on a side slope and just needs to probably just lay it out here in front or out to the left and try to get up and down.
And he went left. He absolutely made the safe play.
Yeah, this is a perfect shot right here.
This will roll down, and frankly, you can putt from there if you choose to.
Absolutely can. He just needs to get it over that ridge, and it'll get all the way down there and feed down to the hole. So a great layup there and damage control there.
These next 2 shots, dead center of the fairway.
Yeah, This is from about 170, so he's probably trying to carry it about 160 yards.
This is the 6th group of 11 that teed off on 10. And this one's flag hunting right here. This is going dead solid, looking for the middle, and pulls it.
Yeah, drew a little bit. Yep.
Yep. But, again, it's a putt.
Absolutely.
And you also have taken the ridge out of play with that location. Gillickson, 4 over on his round today. Or, excuse me, he is even on his round today. He went 80 and 76 yesterday.
This one's left of it as well. It needs to get down.
And that will be nestled into the rough.
Yeah, it's set down in that thick rough, too. This is going to be a tough shot here coming up.
Ethan Seng is 12 over for the tournament. He is 1 over on his round today. And then Woosley Reed is 2 over for his round today. And those scores are updated through the first 8 holes. So that is as of the 17th for this group. So this group has been largely playing well together. Again, these players are all tied for 24th or lower. So again, they're not going to be a factor in terms of the leaderboard. But again, it's part of what we offer with what we're doing with the ISC Sports Network, today's coverage. It is a way for you, and especially for family members, friends, etc., to see every golfer that is playing today. If you play in this field, you are guaranteed to have a televised hole. And again, one where, I mean, if I think of iconic images of golf, I think of John Daly waving a towel heading up the 18th fairway. Getting goosebumps thinking about it.
I am too. This place was packed.
I can't believe that was 30 years ago.
I know.
Now, with John's hair, I can believe it was 30 years ago, and the mustache he had. But I was actually, I was growing up in southern Indiana, so I had not moved to Indianapolis yet. But Mom and Dad and I were on a little Wonder, Indiana getaway. We were about 30 miles away from it, and it was dominating the airwaves.
That was awesome.
At that time.
It was awesome. The way he got into the field, and then yeah, you're right, 30 years ago. My goodness, we're getting old, but I can remember that image as well. This place was packed. There was wall-to-wall people, and for him to come in here and win, just a great thing. And, you know, I'm going to give you credit for doing this for these players. They deserve the credit. They deserve the coverage and what you're doing for junior golf and golf around the world to be able to watch these young players play. So thank you, Greg, and your company for bringing this coverage to families across the country.
You see where Seng's ball ended up. First to play. Tell you more about some of these players. Woosley Reed from Shelbyville, Tennessee, will play at the University of Tennessee. So that is the young man. God bless Tennessee for having the orange tee you can see from 100 feet away. So that is Evan that we're focusing on right there. He'll be a high school senior next year. Committed to play for the Vols as a freshman. Played in the 2018 Junior Am at the age of 15. Thought he might go with the putter here. He will chip.
Looks like he caught it a little thin. Didn't grab. That's going to run off into the fringe. So probably going to be disappointed with that effort. He, chose to go with the chip, but I don't think it's a bad play. He just caught it a little bit thin.
Here is Ethan Seng. How about that touch?
I mean, that was down in there deep. That's a great play there by Seng.
He played so quickly. I don't have time to
yeah.
tell you about all of his accolades. He participated in the first drive, chip, and putt at Augusta National. He is from Portland, Oregon. He will be a senior next year, and playing golf in the Midwest is something he'll be getting used to because he is going to play at Northwestern for his college golf.
A little side note here is caddy Ian Carroll plays for me.
Very nice.
Yeah, his brother Cam's out here caddying as well, and Ian said he'd be out here. So Ian's a fifth-year senior, and he's caddied out here at Crooked Stick before. So I saw him before out on the range, and he said he was caddying, and here he is.
So Jordan Gillickson has his birdie putt. Gillickson from Springboro, Ohio. That's the Cincinnati suburbs. See if he gauged the speed properly. Given the role that he got, he certainly did. That's a fantastic effort.
Yeah, great speed there by Gilkison.
And this is his second go-round. He finished tied for second behind J.M. Butler last year. He is a graduating senior. He will play at Kent State University. Par putt here for Woosley Reed. That'll be a 5. Well, so far the scoring average has been better for the ladies players so far than it has been for the boys players. Sang for par. Well done.
Yeah, just a great up and down there. Played his second shot just a little bit long, went into the heavy rough, and a great lob shot out of that heavy, thick stuff and got it up and down. Great par.
So here's Gilkison. He's going to play at Kent State, the college golf program that Ben Curtis made famous when he won his Open Championship. And so with that, this trio of players walks off with a couple of pars and 1 bogey. Well played by that group. And again, that corresponds with the fact they have been playing very well along the back 9. There's a little bit of a delay before the next group at 17. Tell you what, let's kick it over to Eddie White. Eddie, you got a note for us. Eddie, what do you have?
Earlier we talked with Wayne Timmerman. He talked about the Dye's commitment to junior golf. I think it's worth noting that a year ago, Crooked Stick, in addition to hosting the first Dye Junior Invitational, hosted the Western Am. And in that tournament, you had a young kid named Turk from Clemson who played in that event and just won the Division I NCAA championship. And then Strafasi, whose mother works for the Miami Dolphins, where I used to work, he went out and boom, he won the U.S. Amateur, and the defending U.S. Amateur, who also played here at Crooked Stick. All these guys played here. He was the low am at the Masters in the fall, Andy Ogletree. So, I mean, the Dye's commitment to junior golf, it starts right here, and they lived on the 18th green. Greg, you know that. Coach knows that. On the 18th fairway. Another lady, you mentioned earlier, Coach was talking about keeping the stick in. The great Nancy Fitzgerald, one of the great amateur champions we've ever had in our state, and we're all about amateur golf here today. She lives on the 18th fairway also, and she and her husband Ed have studied leaving the flag in, taking it out, and they said that their studies prove you should leave the flag in. Coach, what do you think?
Well, I haven't done the studies like that, so they probably know more than me. Out playing in college golf, I'd say it's a little bit more than 50-50, leaning towards taking it out. So I'd like to see the studies. Maybe I can learn something. I might have to use that with our team. But, Nancy Fitzgerald, what a great career she had as well in the history here at Crooked Stick. But, yeah, I'd love to see those numbers. So, like I said, usually we're seeing people take them out. But I'm not opposed to making changes if it increases that percentages for sure.
We will hear from Eddie throughout the course of the day, and especially once we get to our final 11 groups, those players that are finishing their hole conventionally or finishing their round on 18. But with that, I want to make sure we get to our 2 champions who could not be here today from a year ago. They are both natives of the state of Kentucky. John Marshall Butler, who played collegiately at Auburn University, was part of an NCAA tournament team at Auburn. Laney Fry, what a fantastic freshman season she had at the University of Kentucky. We had a chance to catch up with those 2 last week. Let's bring you that conversation. inaugural Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational, both natives of the state of Kentucky. Joining us first on the girls' side, the women's winner from a year ago, it is Lainey Fry. She played at the University of Kentucky this past year. And John Marshall Butler just finished up his season at Auburn University. Lady and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. And ladies first. So, Lainey, we will start with you. When I ask for your memories of playing in this event at the end of last May, what immediately comes to mind?
I've got to say 18 the last day. It was really special walking up. It's an intimidating drive I like to hit a natural draw, so it kind of calls for a cut off the tee and a demanding approach shot. But it was just such a neat experience having everybody there to watch, and kind of the first tournament back since COVID. It was something special.
John Marshall, same thing for you. When I ask your memories of playing 72 holes there over the course of, or I guess 54 holes over the course of 2 days, what immediately comes flooding back to your mind?
Yeah, I would have to say like the final putt I made on 18, and just, having my good high school friend Ballard Harris on the bag for me, and having my family there at the end of the round after I had won. I mean, that was a moment that sticks out, but pretty much all together, just the grit I showed all the week. I mean, Crooked Stick's such a difficult golf course, and I mean, just being able to, go out there and grind it out basically. And that showed a lot of heart, I thought. So
JM, I'll have you touch on the same thing that Lainey said. And again, because of the unique circumstances, you guys lost if you played in the spring, what would have been a high school golf season or other traveling events that led into that event last year. What was it like to just be back on the course and be competitive at this time a year ago?
Yeah, I'll answer this question. So Kentucky actually plays their high school golf in the fall. So we got to play high school golf, fortunately. But yeah, I think the Dye was my first one back. It's hard to kind of remember that time a year ago. It's so bizarre. But yeah, being able to, that was one of my first events back, and being able to, just play competitive golf at that time was truly a blessing. So I was just happy for the opportunity to be able to do that.
Lainey, the next question for you. And again, when you play at such a high level of junior golf, you play a lot of wonderful tournaments and a lot of great places. What was so unique and special about playing at Crooked Stick?
First of all, the course was perfect. There's nothing to change about it. I mean, it was the most beautiful layout, demanding but fair, and it was just so much fun to be there. But the people that put it on, Mr. Pancake did such an excellent job putting it together, and I knew Annabelle from playing against her a couple of times, and they're just great people putting on such a good tournament, and they have a heart for junior golf, so it really showed.
Lainey, how did playing in that event prepare you for your first year of Division I college golf?
It was a great booster, especially being able to finish how I did. Gave me a little bit of confidence going into the year, and I guess it was that, and just being able to appreciate it. It was the most fun tournament I've ever played in. So it kind of gave me a new fire and love for tournaments and playing in them.
John Marshall, same question for you. You had a very successful first year at Auburn, cracking the top 5. You guys just missed out on qualifying past the regional round of the NCAA tournament. How did that tournament help prepare you to have a successful freshman season?
I think it was just the difficulty of the course. I mean, playing college golf, you play so many difficult golf courses, and you only really get that in elite junior events, like the AJGA Invitationals, and being able to play Crooked Stick was just that much extra experience. I mean, we played Blessings this year. We played Carson Creek and all these difficult golf courses. So, playing Crooked Stick, I thought really prepared me for those courses mentally.
All right, Lainey, since you guys, and JM, I'll get back to you on this one as well. Since you guys are the defending champions, if somebody's kind of going to school on what you learned from playing this course over the course of 48 hours a year ago would be, what's the best piece of advice you can give to somebody hoping to follow you as a champion of this event? And again, Lainey, I'll start with you.
Ooh, I would say don't get too greedy. Just stick to the process of hitting fairways and greens. I mean, that's good advice for anywhere, but extra important out at Crooked Stick. And really just enjoy it. it's a beautiful layout and cool tournament. So just soak it in. I find that I play my best golf when I do that. So I would advise them to do the same.
John Marshall, same question to you. What's your advice for the next champion of this event?
Well, I mean, the course is so hard. I don't know if I can give much advice, but I will tell you the next champion is going to be the person who shows the most grit. And a low score will not win this tournament just because of how difficult the conditions are. So it's going to be someone who makes a lot of pars and minimizes their mistakes.
So while you guys have kind of aged to a different level, it doesn't mean you're stopping playing summer golf. So Lanny, I'll start with you. What does your summer schedule look like from a golf perspective?
So June's pretty free. I'm actually at the US Open right now caddying for my teammate, and I get to kind of experience that from a different perspective. And I'm young enough, I'm going to try and play in the US Girls again. I've got a qualifier. That's my only thing in June. And then I'll hopefully be in that in July and maybe the Western and hopefully the Women's Am.
John Marshall, what about you? What's coming up next for you?
My next event is the US Open Sectionals at Piedmont in Atlanta next Monday. And then after that week, I'm playing in the Dogwood Amateur. And then I'll go from the Dogwood, hopefully to Torrey Pines for the US Open. But if not, I'm playing in the Kentucky State Amateur. And then I'll head up to the Northeast Amateur in Rhode Island and then the North-South. And then it kind of slows down after that. And I play the US Amateur qualifier and hopefully the US Amateur. So,
well, I'm so happy for both of you that you got to experience the college golf season as freshmen. And I'm just hoping that you get to experience college life in a bit more normal setting than you had to go through. Forget the golf part of it, the way things played out this past year. And it's fitting on our channel. We have a lot of Kentucky versus Indiana coming up from basketball standpoint. From a golf standpoint last year, Kentucky won, as both of our Kentuckians are joining us here on our in-round interviews. Guys, congratulations. Nobody else can ever be the first winners of this event. And thanks for spending some time with us today. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
So let's see the next trio of young ladies tee off. This is the 7th group that we have seen come through 18 at this point. This trio is Isabella Rawl, Allie Black, and Sophie Lindner. Isabella's at 17 over for the tournament. Back-to-back 79s the last 2 days, 3 over through her first 7 holes today. Sophie is at 22 over for the tournament, went 80-81, 5 over through 7 holes today. And Allie Black is 20 over for the tournament, 5 over today, went 76-83 yesterday. Again, the next 5 groups that you see will all be players that teed off on 10. After that, then it'll be players who are finishing their round and finishing their tournament today. A quick check of the radar. Looks good. Let's hope it stays that way. Again, we dealt with a mini monsoon for about 10 to 15 minutes of our round today, but things are clouding back over right now, but more of the overcast variety, not so much of the impending doom variety. And thank you to our wonderful crew on the ISC Sports Network. Our director is Jordan Shue, Wayne Durr. In the truck with him as well, Austin Lass, Matt Armstrong, Josh Baker, Aaron Van Wolde. Thanks to Derek Schultz for his setup assistance yesterday, and thanks to Eddie White, who is joining us on our interview set there in the clubhouse. And start to have more of those coming up here in a matter of moments. What's impressed you so far from what you've seen 6 groups through 18, Coach?
Well, they're playing it pretty smart. We've seen just a couple balls in the water. I think we saw one in this group, but into the green, they're playing it pretty smart. They're having trouble reading this putt here back right on the line that we're on. They're all missing it high, but the pace of play has been great all day. Like you said, they're having to handle these changing of conditions, but they're just solid players. I mean, you just watch junior golf now. They're just so solid. They're making smarter decisions. They hit the ball so far. It's just very impressive to watch. We were talking, your interview there with Lainey Fry. I was in that final group caddying for Annabelle Pancake last year, and Lainey went out and won that tournament. It was nothing given to her. She made 2 eagles on that final round, and she was a joy to be around. She's had a great year, first year at Kentucky, so a great champion last year, and Lainey Fry, and obviously the boys champion as well. But She went out and won that tournament last year. I think we see Isabella Raw hit it in the water here. She's going to have a long way in. You're going to have to lay it out short here and try to get up and down for 5. But this tee shot's just so demanding.
Let's talk about Isabella. She is from Lexington, South Carolina. She will play at Clemson University. She will be a high school senior next year. She won the 2020 Beth Daniel Junior Azalea Championships. She was the Vicky DeSantis Championship runner-up in 2020 as well. And 2 years ago, she was a quarterfinalist in the USGA Women's 4-ball.
I'll tell you what, Greg, Isabella can move it. I mean, she's a little girl, but she can move it. She swings it over 100 miles an hour and had some back issues last year because of that. She was still growing into her body and needed some strength there, but, I mean, she can move a golf ball.
So this will not be Rawl that is swinging first. Looks like, unfortunately, this group might have gone 0 for 3 in terms of hitting the fairway. And wow. This one into the drink.
Yeah, just trickled in, caught the railroad tie and went in.
You immediately signaled that was left from our perspective, right from her is off the club, and thought that maybe she would get a kind bounce. But hit an indentation and directed it into the drink. Thank you, sir. So here's Isabella Rawl. That was Allie Black that hit that ball into the water. Isabella's shot. Again, she is laying 3. And that will settle. So again, not in the water, but
It'll be tough up and down out of that heavy rough, yep.
So this is Sophie Lindner.
There's a smart play there, out to the left, middle of the fairway, going to lay up short and try to get up and down. And that's a mistake you're seeing players make here. To lay it up into the water, you have all that rim to the left. You have to get it over there and give yourself a chance. And, you know, Allie unfortunately hit it in the water there, but see if she can get up and down and make a good save here.
Sophie is going to be a high school junior next year from Carthage, Tennessee. She is a 2-time Tennessee state champion. She was the 2020 Tennessee Girls Junior Player of the Year and qualified in 2019 for the U.S. Women's Amateur Match Play Finals. And she is not committed to a school at this point. So again, let's view this kind of from the college coach perspective.
Yep.
You've got a variety of coaches that are here. And I know a lot of them are here because they literally get to see their recruits or verbals play in person for the first time in 15 months.
Yeah, you haven't been able to watch your players play, and there's been a lot more recruiting done just via Zoom and not even watching players play, and that's been the hard part. So coaches are so excited to get out here and watch their current commits play, or obviously there's some uncommitted players here too. They're out watching them. Yeah, it's an exciting time. You know, everybody's been waiting for that word from the NCAA to, yeah, it's now a go. We can go out and live recruit again. And June 1st, it was like a celebration among college coaches because it is tough. I mean, this is the livelihood that we're talking about. And you want to be, you know, out doing everything you can to get the right players in your program. It's been very, very tough on everyone.
Getting a look at Allie Black. Allie will be a high school senior next year. She is from Austin, Texas. She's going to play at the University of Virginia. Had 4 different second-place finishes in 2020 in AJGA Tour events. But think about this. This group, again, is kind of from 20 on down of this 33-player field. And we have TO women playing at Virginia and Clemson.
Yeah.
Shows you the strength of this field.
Oh, yeah, this field's loaded, and Coach Kelly Hester at Clemson has to be thrilled. She has 3 players in this field, as does Furman, I believe. So here's your first future Clemson Tiger, and Isabella Raw coming to 18 now. So I know Coach Hester's excited to get these 3 young ladies in her program.
Let's approach this again from the college golf perspective. You, as a northern coach, are used to having your players need to go out and play southern events simply from a climate standpoint to get your season started. For players that are from the South or playing in southeastern schools, how is important is it to play events in this area of the country?
It's absolutely important. There's different type of grass you're coming up to bent, and you know the thicker and heavier rough they're not used to playing in down south. So it's nice to be able to hone your game on different types of turf and different types of climates and as well, because you're going to see that in upper level college tournaments and the national championships and things like that. You have to have a game that can travel across the country, and that's part of it. So coming up here to the Midwest to play is a very important part of their development.
All right, so again, this is the 4th shot for Allie.
Black's grandfather, Leon, was a longtime basketball coach at the University of Texas.
Good looking shot here again. We'll take that ridge. We'll funnel down, and she'll have a good look at a bogey saving putt there. Well done.
Very good distance control there on that pitch out of that heavy rough. Got it up and over that ridge and 6 or 7 feet to save.
Reference the fact that Allie's from Austin, Texas. Her grandfather, the former men's basketball coach at UT. Lindner's chip, this is her 3rd. And again, that speed-wise is about perfect.
Very good. And she played it very smart. She was in that heavy rough back there in off the fairway and played it smart, gave herself a chance, and she's going to have a good shot at making 4 here.
Only difference in those 2 putts, one's for 4, one's for 5.
Right.
And back to the boys' tee. We'll get you that next trio coming up in a matter of moments. Isabella Rawl will have her 4th shot. Trying to match the 2 shots you just saw. And that will work just perfectly. And didn't kind of hit it through the ridge, but didn't hit it too hard. Had the distance judged, and you and I were commenting on this off there. We have not seen a score north of 6 on this hole. We have literally seen pars, bogeys, and double bogeys, and this group should be right in the middle of that 3-shot window.
Yeah, not too many doubles as well. Most of them pars and bogeys, and got off to a good start. The first 5 young ladies that came through here all made par, which is very solid on this hole. And but yeah, it looks like everybody's going to escape here with par or bogey. I think Isabella might have to make a putt here. This putt that Isabella's going to have, we've seen this high all day long. So we'll see if she can get a better read than the ladies before her.
By the way, the trio of boys players you are seeing: Jackson Finney, John Daly II, Rhett South. Of course, John Daly II, yes, you can put 2 and 2 together. Famous father from 30 years ago, as we referenced a couple of times already, but John was the runner-up at this event last year and just did not have it going in the right direction yesterday.
Yeah, he had a tough first day, and like you said, last year he was in contention, and it's obviously got to be exciting for him to come back. And I'm just curious of how much advice his dad has given him to get around this place. You know, he hasn't been out here to watch, but John's done a great job playing here, especially last year, and I haven't seen what he's doing today, but I know he struggled yesterday. But it's got to be exciting for him to be here.
So Isabella Rawl, this is a bogey putt. Lee Chien, by the way, is currently in the lead at 1 over. Here's the putt. Just missed it.
Yep, she's the first one we've seen miss low, so a double bogey there for Isabella, I believe.
So she'll take her 6. By the way, the leaders are playing the 7th hole as we speak. Currently a 2-shot lead over Carissa Shang and Caitlin Schroeder. This is Lindner. And this is a par putt. Sophie currently 5 over on her round today. Currently in 28th position. Just a bit high. As we've said, we've not seen a lot of made. I think the longest distance putt we have seen made is about 8 feet.
Yeah, there's not been many make it around this whole location. Just they've been close, just a little bit off. Must be tough to read back here, but See another attempt coming up. This will be, I believe, for bogey.
And frankly, Brent, it's very similar to what we saw a year ago. There's not a lot of feet of putts that were made. There we go.
Good roll there. Yep, good save.
Good save by Allie Black for her 5. So 2 5s and a 6 of that group. And we'll get you back into the fairway for our next trio of golfers. And Jackson Finney, John Daly II, and Rhett South. John is one of 3 sons of PGA Tour legends that are competing in this event. Ian Poulter's son. It's quite the story at the end of his round yesterday in Luke. He was 1 over after play was completed yesterday. And also KJ Choi's son Daniel is competing in this event. He is in the next group. From the boys, you'll see him, the group after the next one. He struggled a bit yesterday, firing a 166 over 2 rounds. What a shot from that distance. My goodness.
My goodness is right. He was right at it. Just barely cleared the water right on line with the pin.
At the top of the ridge, but again, from where he was with that iron, that's tremendous.
It's like Daly out of the heavy rough back there. He pulled it left. He's going to be left of the green about 40 yards. Just stayed out of the bunker, but it's going to be tough to stop and control the speed and the roll out of that heavy rough down the slope.
John, like his father, going to attend the University of Arkansas to play his golf in the SEC. Jackson Finney, Louisville, Kentucky. He is going to be a high school senior next year. Good looking approach here.
Yeah, this shot's from about 157. He'll be able to fly it back there.
And staring it down. How will the ridge help him as that ball checks up and has plenty of backspin? It does not. So again, he's at a distance where take your 4 and head on about the rest of your day. Those players will make the turn and go play the front 9. Currently on the boys' side, Drew Wrightson is the current leader at 1 under par. Caden Pope is at even par. Nicholas Gross and Jake Peacock are at +1. And there is a look at the leaderboard for the first time today.
Yeah, you know, Greg, you talk about Drew Wrightson. I talked to his future coach, and he's really excited to get him into Baylor, and obviously thinks he can make an impact immediately. But Drew, everybody I've talked to, the Pancake family, you know, the coaches, and passion is the word that comes out when they talk about Drew Wrightson. And obviously a member here has a little bit of advantage, knows this place very well. So good to see a Hoosier out there leading the way. But, you know, he's a very, very dedicated player and works extremely hard.
This is a group that has unfortunately struggled today. Jackson Finney is 3 over through 7. Rhett South 5 over through 7. A little better for John Daly II. He was 2 over through 7, but these young men are, 2 of them are T29, another is 32nd for his round. And that is John Daly II.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do here. He's either going to have to play it out to the right and try to catch some slope if he plays a lower shot, or he's going to have to try to hit a high flop. He was going for the low one, just kind of caught it heavy. It might get over the ridge. It's trying.
He would have hoped for better. He could have done a lot worse.
Yeah, that's a pretty good shot.
It's a good way to couch it from there.
Yep, he's a little disappointed in it, but has a chance for par, and it's a tough shot from over there.
This is Finney that is lining up his putt. His first team All-State in Kentucky last year. Last year won the Campbellsville Invitational. 2 years ago was the Mahoning Valley champion on the AJGA Tour. There are 2 Arkansas natives in this trio, because Rhett is from Fayetteville. I'll tell you more about Rhett coming up here as he lines up his next offering. This is Finney with a long-range birdie opportunity.
Yeah, Greg, this is a putt he's not trying to make. He's just trying to get it down there to inside a foot or two, have it tap in, and move along.
Or you could make it.
Or you can make it. Great putt there. Perfect speed. It was absolutely dead center cut. And that's the best putt we've seen here all day.
It looked like that putt hit the brakes about 10 feet out.
Yeah,
to give you an idea about how much roll on that ridge there was. So first birdie of the day. This is Rhett South. How about this? Oh.
Thought he made it as well.
He is a high school senior to be. And he is going to play for the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. So even though he grew up, maybe because he grew up in Fayetteville, did not want to go to U of A. Go into a different part of the state. This is for par. It was a good effort.
Yeah, 3 really good putts
Yeah.
with great speed. And unfortunately, only one of them went in. That'll be a bogey for Daly.
Shows you how tough it is to score on this hole. So there's his 5. From the boys' perspective, though, this is the best that we have seen a trio play on this hole. Well, best of luck to those 3 young men with 9 holes left to go. Next up, we have 3 more groups left that will have 9 more holes to finish their day as the sun once again peeks through the clouds here at Crooked Stick. Anna Ritter, Ariel Chang, and local product Michaela Headley from Carmel High School. This trio of players, Chang today 3 over through 8 holes. Ritter 2 over through 8 holes today. And Michaela 2 over. So they are playing well today. This group struggled yesterday. Michaela is 23 over for the tournament. She is a sophomore to be at Carmel High School. Fared very well in the fall as a freshman for Carmel. Ariel from Macomb, Michigan. She's a senior. She's going to stay local. She's going to play at the University of Detroit Mercy, play in the Horizon League.
Yeah, and I believe, I haven't read her bio, but she shot 62 last year, I believe, in a tournament. She was playing alongside an incoming player that we have coming to UND, and I believe she won the tournament with 62. I could be wrong. It might have been 63, but I believe she shot 62.
Anna Ritter rounds out this trio of players. Anna 20 over for the tournament. Went 82-80 in her rounds yesterday. Yeah, we mentioned the fact earlier we had, fortunately, one young lady that withdrew after her round yesterday, Emma Chen. Really struggled a day ago, 87-84. So we had a twosome to start the day. That played this hole exceedingly well.
Yes, they did.
Did that group. On the ladies leaderboard, Li Chien at +1. Caitlin Schroeder at +3. Take a look at it there. Melina Barrientos at +4 and Carissa Shang at +4 as well. All of those players are currently 2 over on their rounds today, but the mover award goes to Brooke Bierman. She is 3 under on her round today, and on both the boys and girls sides, those were the best rounds a day ago, were 69, 3 under for this par 72 layout. To put in perspective, last year our girls winner, Laney Fry, was 2 under. Our boys winner, John Marshall Butler, was at even par.
It's tough to get under par around here. I mean, especially for 54 holes. I mean, you can get one round in there or so, but to play that well throughout the entire tournament, it's tough to do here. And you know, we see Michaela Headley, obviously a local product from here in Carmel, and we talked about the word passion with Drew Wrights, and it's the exact same thing with Michaela Headley. She's a great kid and a great representative of Indiana, and you know, obviously struggled here a little bit this week, but this is a big golf course for you know, an incoming sophomore in high school. So we'll see if she plays it. She's in the left rough back here on 18. It looks like I would guess she'll play it out short and try to get up and down for 4 and make 5 at worst and move on, but we'll see.
As an indication of how good her freshman year was at Carmel, and for those watching from outside of the state of Indiana, girls golf is a fall sport here.
Right.
Boys golf is literally having their state tournament as we speak. They'll play their state championship matches down the road at Prairie View next Tuesday and Wednesday. Michaela finished as the runner-up at Prairie View, and again, this is just hit an iron, hit it dead solid, leave yourself a little under 100 yards from a chip perspective to attack the green and hope for a 4, but perhaps 5 may not be a bad score.
Yeah, it's a very smart play, and she's a very mature player. I was talking to her swing coach, John Del Corabo, at Brickyard yesterday, and that's one thing we talked about. She's just very mature and works and works and works to get everything where she wants it. And, you know, she plays a lot of golf in the summer, and I think that's one thing that she might want to think about, you know, in the years to come, and just kind of game planning her summer to have a good mix of playing and practice and things like that. So, but JD does such a great job with her. You know, she'll be led in the right direction. She's a great player and an even better young lady.
This ball pulled left, and there's plenty of relief here. Hits a downslope and will
now it's going to be very, very tough.
Kick into the thick rough, and you have a very minimal landing area. Ariel may have gotten that ball more of that ball than she had planned on, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think she wanted to leave it a little bit short so she had a better angle. Now she's going to be in the rough on a downslope and going to have to carry it over more rough in a bunker and try to land it short. That's going to be a very, very tough shot up here greenside.
So Anna Ritter rounding out this trio, firing from the right rough. Good swing there. Just hops over the one set of rough, but we'll end up with a side hill lie, but as you can tell, a bit more fluffed up than the previous shot, and maybe has a better chance to judge distance from there, but all these players ready to hit their third shot, and none of them are on the green. Let's tell you about Anna. She was the state medalist. They do play golf as a classified sport in the state of Ohio and Indiana. It is a one-class sport from a high school perspective. But Anna 2 years ago was the 2019 D1 state medalist. She was a runner-up last year at the AGJA Dana Junior Open. And she finished 5th last year at the Patrick Reed Junior Championship on the AJGA Tour. She will be a high school senior next year, and she will attend the University of Illinois. And since we're less than 10 days away from or removed, I should say, from the Indy 500. She shares a hometown with one of the 33 drivers in the field. You want to take a guess? She's from New Albany, Ohio.
Oh, I'm not going to know this. Love the race. Go every year. Went this year, and I'm not going to know this.
Graham Rahal.
Graham Rahal.
New Albany, Ohio. It's Columbus suburbs.
The only accident on the track this year, right? Had the tire come off, and
What happens? You don't put the nuts on the wheel properly.
Yeah.
It's my level of analysis for you right there.
It's like Michaela's caddy, her father. Talking about this next shot. She'll want to land it, 10 or 15 feet coming in there with a wedge. Probably maybe 20, 25 feet short.
His name is Shane. He's a member at Crooked Stick.
Let it trickle back there, and she's probably in the best position of the three right here to get up and down for par.
Michaela's father, Shane, a member here at Crooked Stick. Thanks, pal. Ritter and Chang over here in the rough. Distance looks good.
It's got to get over the mound. It's
Nah,
not
checked
going
up,
to.
yep.
It's going to check.
If that ball's in the rough, it probably doesn't check and plays out perfectly. You get the spin off the fairway and it stopped it. So now she's certainly in two-putt territory.
Yeah, and this shot coming out for Ritter, I don't know what she can do with it. I don't know how she's going to get this close. She's going to give herself a chance somewhere. Probably play it out to the right, give herself more room for air. I don't think she can carry it over the bunker and over this deep rough and stop it anywhere close to the pin.
You almost kind of bail out to the right, try to play the ridge a little bit.
That's what I would think. She's going to play it out right, and hopefully it catches it and gets down there to 10, 12 feet or so, and that's where her caddy's pointing. That's about the only place she has. I don't even know if she can get it within 10 or 12 feet looking at it right now. This is a very, very difficult shot.
Next trio of boys players making their way back to the tee. Well, on the dance floor.
I'll bet she'll take it. I mean, that's a good play.
So much like Headley, the thought process is okay, leave yourself two putts for a bogey and move on to the next.
And get out, and that's the part of maturing as a golfer. You just have to sometimes take your medicine and move on. You just can't. It's the players that try to chase things and then compound problems that have a lot more trouble. So, a very smart play there by Anna Ritter, just playing it out to the right. And Ariel Chang might have a little bit better chance of getting it close, but I still think this one's very difficult as well.
You referenced the fact a 62 at Forest Acres East, a 29, obviously on a front nine or back nine at Cherry Creek Golf Club.
Did they walkie-talkie or?
They don't have the walkie-talkies. The USGA has them. And I'm like, well, Shirley has a phone on it, but like the whole.
Did a good job of shortening up that swing, and it runs out. I'm not sure she could do much better than that.
Yeah, it just needs to stop there on the fringe, and it's going to. Good play there by Chang.
Chang won both the match play and medalist honors in last year's Michigan Girls Junior.
And I looked around everywhere out back. I did not see him out back.
So everybody with long putts for par here of this group.
And again, at this point, you're accepting 5, right? If you make 4, it's a bonus. Don't compound it and chase the par. Just take your bogey and move on. If it goes in, a bonus.
What's your realistic goal here? 1 foot, 2 foot?
Yeah, 2, 3 feet, and just especially with Headley right here. We've seen this putt go trickling past quite a bit today. So you can get it close. He needs to play it out to the left and let it come back. But it's really all about the speed. Just having tap-in speed and a stress-free bogey. At this point, if you hit a tee shot that puts you in position to make 5 at worst, and that's what you need to do, and just stay patient and move on.
We will talk to Headley at the conclusion of her round today.
Did I talk by chance?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, if you could send me a copy of that,
Yeah.
too.
Okay, I'm going to get a picture of you here, and then I'm going to get it through here. This is a good
Speed
shot.
looks great.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Great play there by Michaela. Smart.
That is some good local knowledge right there.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, you asked me about playing here before. How many times have you played here at Cricket
I've
State?
played here, maybe 3 or 4 times is all. I brought some members up here when I was the head pro at Dyswalk, and I've played a couple times. Played with Nate, the assistant pro here, who played for me one day, but I haven't played up here too much. I've been up here a lot. I teach Annabelle, and we go out on the course quite a bit, so I know the golf course. I'm pretty familiar with it, but I haven't played too often. I don't play it all anymore, you know that.
You want to stop playing golf, be a golf pro or a golf coach?
Oh, man, being a golf coach is so rewarding. It's so fun. But, yeah, you don't play when you do either one of them.
Seeing some of the drives off the tee for the next boys group. Which their names coming up in a matter of moments. Again, Ritter with a lengthy putt back here up here on the green. Again, good judge of speed. That ball will keep running.
Yeah, it's going to run out there a good 3 or 4 feet.
Yep. Maybe a little more work than she would have liked to from that distance.
Yeah, it might be pushing 5 feet. That's just, we've seen that putt go quite a bit past all day as well.
If you're going to putt from what would be the west side of the hole, which is the away from our broadcast location or from our camera position, you almost need to stop that putt about 10 feet from the hole.
It's quick coming down off that ridge.
And the terrain will carry it the rest of the way. So here's Chang. Again, from there, take it.
Yep, absolutely. You're in a tough position in your second shot. You're playing for 5, and like you said, 4 is a bonus, and she's going to make 5 and move on. So see if Ritter can do the same. Unfortunately, Ritter's going to have to make about a 5-footer to save hers.
Back to the tee. Another fairway drive for the boys group that is following this one. We'll catch up with them on their approach shots. Ritter with the most work left to do for her 5.
Great job.
It connects.
Yep, great save there by Ritter. Smart, mature play after she was in trouble after 2, and she'll walk away with her 5.
Play for an outstanding program at the University of Illinois. I think of Illinois, Mike Small immediately comes to mind.
Yeah, he's such a good job. Does such a good job with that men's program, but Renee Sloan does a great job with their women as well. So producing a lot of good players.
I think of Mike faring well in the PGA Club Championship every year.
He's such a good player.
Headley gets her 5. Chang trying to make it bogeys all around for this group. And for Headley, what an experience this is to play here at what is largely a home course, and that's in as well. So not spectacular, but solid from that group.
Smart plays after they were in trouble, either off their tee ball or second.
So our next group, Jackson Buchanan, Brockton English, and again, Daniel Choi. His father, KJ, of course, outstanding pro now for going on 2+ decades. KJ played at the Memorial, I believe, this past weekend, missed the cut at the Memorial. Buchanan of this group from the state of Georgia. He will play at the University of Illinois. He'll be there coming up in the fall. He won Stuart Sink's event on the AJGA Tour in 2020. He went 4-0. This is a neat event. State of Georgia puts together a team to play against the state of South Carolina. And Jackson went 4-0 in that competition.
Wow.
And he finished with the Georgia State Junior Champion in 2020 as well. Daniel Choi of this group resides in Keller, Texas. That's kind of west of Dallas, in between Dallas and Fort Worth. He'll be a high school senior next year. He is going to play at Duke. Well, Daniel.
This might be the best group of tee shots we've seen.
Absolutely. This is Brockton English. Looks like Choi is going to play first.
Yep, Choi's going to come in. He's
Fortunately for Daniel, he's currently in 33rd in this field. Struggled out of the chute yesterday with 87. Has been much better in his last 2 rounds. 79 in round 2, and he is 2 over on his first 9 of the day. 24 over for the tournament.
this shot from Choi is from about 185, 190 yards. I'll be looking to land it about in the center of the green. Just let it trickle back there. Easier said than done, sitting up here. He takes it out over the water.
Trust his swing, and you can see why. My goodness, what a shot.
Great shot. He fell down back in the fairways. Made him a little nervous, but a great shot.
Brockton English, Shelby Township, Michigan. That's the Detroit suburbs. He will play at Drexel in Philadelphia next year. He is currently 5 over for this round today. Went 78-83 yesterday. Bringing this one in from the left side of the stick.
It's going to be, he's going to miss left over there where John Daly was.
And that's tough.
Yep.
Now he has a lot of short grass to work with, but downhill slope right on the seam of cuts 1 and 2 of the rough. And so now we get to Jackson Buchanan.
Yeah, this is only going to be from about 154, 55 yards, and that's the longest tee ball we've seen all day, I believe.
Jackson is in red numbers for his day today. He's at 1 under through 8 holes today. Staring this one down, and
what a great play.
And plays on the right side, and he will have a birdie opportunity. Well, the young man that will play at the University of Illinois. So that's standing work for this trio of golfers in our ever-changing weather conditions.
Getting cloudy again now. It's comfortable, though.
That is a 10 to seemingly like a 10-degree weather temperature swing between sun and clouds today. And again, if you're just joining us, we had an absolute downpour of rain about 9:45, 9:50. We have not had rain now for the better part of the last 90 minutes or so. See, one of the coaches is here from Illinois to check on Mr. Buchanan. So of this group, we have 2 soon-to-be college freshmen. And I'll shift from golf mode to basketball mode as of tomorrow. So I've got kind of this thought on the brain. You know, the basketball kids, they are largely on campus by the time you get to about the middle of June at this point. For incoming freshmen, when do those athletes, from a golf standpoint, start to get on campus?
Well, I can't speak for all programs, but I think most of them are closer to the start of the season or when classes start, or maybe the week before, something like that. These guys are playing, all throughout the summer, so they'll still have events to play up until right when their seasons start.
And then, obviously, championships in the spring, but you're playing events that matter in the fall in college golf as well, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Fall and spring both count. As you said, championship season is the spring, but as far as rankings and wins and losses and 500 rules and all that, that goes into play right out of the gate, your first tournament. So, we always play a tournament the first week of September, and our kids will come in either about the third week of August. So not much time to prepare for that first event, but, as we said, most of our players, all of our players across the country are going to be coming in well experienced and coming off a full schedule of summer golf.
So 2 outstanding approach shots. English still has a little bit of work left to do.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if Choi tried to do that, take it out of the water and sling it in there, or if he was aiming a little left of that and pushed it out there. Nonetheless, it's a great shot. He's got a great opportunity for birdie.
What's your target here if you're English? Where do you want to land this?
You know, I'm going to guess right about where his caddy is standing there, as close to the fringe as you can possibly get it. But it will trickle over that ridge and move to his left if he can get it over there. He just has to be careful he doesn't get it caught up in that rough or the fringe there to his left. So mainly you're just trying to give yourself a chance. You don't want to be a hero here, but you want to try to get it down and catch that ridge and get it down there within 10 feet and see what can happen. But it looks like he's going to play a low shot that'll just trickle over the ridge. Slow down just a little. Yeah, he caught a little bit too much of it, but pretty good shot. He'll have, looks like 8, 9, 10 feet for his par.
I'm not sure how he plays that any differently.
Yeah, just maybe a little softer, but that's easier said than done. He wants to make sure he gets it over that ridge, so a very smart play there.
How does this course compare to other courses these talented golfers play on a regular basis?
Well, I think, you know, it's different in designs, and obviously it's different with the type of grass. So Bermuda, that type of stuff. You have to be very, very creative around the greens with peat dye and bent grass, you know, courses like this, because as you said, you were talking about the green complexes. You look at it, it's so tough right here, depending on where you are. So, you know, it just depends on what area of the country you're in, but they're going to vary quite a bit. Your game has to travel nowadays, whether you're playing on the West Coast or East Coast or down south. It's going to be very different fields and very different types of grass, and yeah, like you said, they're not going to play that shot too often in courses down in Florida. So your game definitely has to travel.
Joy for birdie.
Yeah, most have missed it high here, and he makes a great read there by Choi and takes advantage. What a great birdie there.
His father, an 8-time winner on the PGA Tour. KJ now Champions Tour eligible.
God, that doesn't seem possible either.
We're old.
We are.
Because you and I in age group are getting close to Champions Tour eligibility.
Yeah, not quite, but we're getting close. My players call me old all the time because they see me hobbling around and things like that, so definitely feel it.
Folks, we're of the group that really appreciated Phil's PGA Championship
absolutely.
win about 3 weeks ago.
His videos have been great. You've been following along, but he's very proud of that.
So English for his par. I'll take a 5 here.
Yep.
And he's struggled a little bit. He's now 6 over on his front 9 today. We've had 1 birdie on the boys' side, 1 birdie on the girls' side. Looking to make it 2 is Buchanan. And uses every bit of the cup to get it done.
Great pace. Caught the hole and fell in. Just great pace there. Second birdie in the group. So,
how about him making the turn at 2 under?
Very solid.
That's how you finish
absolutely.
A tournament. And again, knowing that he is heading for college golf in the very near future.
Yeah, that's such a solid birdie right there, and played the entire hole smart. Great pace on that putt, and didn't chase the birdie, let it happen, and he walks away with 3.
We now have 1 more group that will be playing the 18th as their 9th hole. And then once we get through this next trio of girls players, we will then have players who are finishing their days here at 18. So if you're curious as to, hey, you're on 18, you're not seeing handshakes. Well, they still have business left to take care of.
1 more group, and then you'll see some. So
we got 9 more holes left to go.
And that's the difference in last year. This year, last year they told us not to shake hands, and this year we're getting a little more freedom. And you know, it's been tough on these kids. And we're talking about college and high school players. It's been such a tough year mentally for these kids, and I have to give them all the credit. You know, speaking for my team alone and teams that we play against, what they fought through this past year to play competitively this year has been great.
Let's get to a couple of friends of both of ours. Eddie White is standing by with the head pro here at Cricket Stick.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Coach. Well, a guy, I don't think he's slept the last, I don't know, maybe week, but the head golf professional here at Crooked Stick, the director of golf, Tony Pancake. Tony, we had Wayne on earlier, our chairman. Just a spectacular couple days here.
Yeah, it's been really fun for us. When this idea we started talking about it a couple years ago, and I thought, what a great way to not only showcase the club, but also try to perpetuate the Dye legacy. And we've got great players here. These players are going to, they're going to be playing on the tour in the years ahead, and for them to get to know the Dyes a little bit better is really makes it special for us.
Talking earlier with Wayne, we talked about how this is probably the perfect tribute to Pete and Alice. I mean, their careers, obviously, they've been known as the golf architects, but their amateur careers. And I wonder how, if we could interview them somehow, what they would think to see what we're seeing this weekend, what we saw last year through the pandemic, what you guys pulled off with the first event, and then having the Western Am here, some of the best young golfers who, like you said, are moving on to that next level.
Yeah, the Dyes were both incredible players. I mean, they were competitive golf is how they got into the game, and people don't know that as much about Pete as they do with Alice. She obviously was a Curtis Cup player, and I don't know if she's won 20 state amateur championships or something like that between Indiana, Florida, and wherever else, but and a couple of national championships. But Pete played in 2 U.S. Opens, beat Arnold Palmer in both of them, and I think Jack in one of them, so obviously is a great player as well. But they built this course for competitive golf, and they would love having these kids here. They both loved using golf as a way to positively impact the lives of others, and I think they would be pretty excited about what's happened here the last few days.
Coach Dickinson has been talking about how difficult a golf course this is, and how with the weather changing, it can change from when you tee the ball by the time you get to the green. The grounds crew has done a phenomenal job in preparing the course, number one, for this weekend, and then going through all the different weather changes we've seen.
Yeah, I love telling people that it's amazing how good the course is because we have a very average superintendent. He's really not very good.
You don't want anyone to take him, right? Okay.
That's exactly right. So he's the finest superintendent in the country, in my opinion, and we're just so blessed to have him here. He and his crew work so hard. And, they've got this golf course in perfect shape. And when I say it's perfect for competition in that it's firm and fast. So it really rewards good shots, but it really penalizes bad shots. And that's why you see so much variety in especially young players with, they may birdie 3 in a row, but then they might have a double or triple in the next hole. So.
Finally, personally, your daughter Annabelle, who was a standout at Clemson, a year ago played in this event, played very, very well in this event. The last couple of days she's been caddying for a future Clemson player and doing very well. You have to be very proud of her career and how well she's done and that she is still involved here.
Yeah, well, thanks. It has all of our kids played golf, competitive golf. It's been great. Annabelle's had the most success, but she's worked really hard. She's had that success because she takes after Libby more than me. The other kids took after me more. But it has been great to see her. And it was interesting. She came home at Thanksgiving time, and she said, the thing I'm really most excited about is getting back out to Crooked Stick. I just love that place and the people there, and it's just a big part of her life. So to be here this week she's friends with so many of these players, and to kind of be a little bit of a host to them is really pretty cool for her.
And the only thing, the negative there is her swing coach. He's not so good, is he, that guy that works with her?
Yeah, it's a little questionable
He's
there.
listening, we know.
That's right.
Tony, again, thanks so much for having us, and just congratulations on another spectacular event.
Yeah, thanks very much.
All right. Back to you guys, and of course the coach I was referring to is the guy who's sitting on your left, Greg.
Exactly. I was going to say, don't refer to the fact that he hasn't yet fixed your sand trap issues as having a problem being the swing coach. Eddie, thank you. Tony, thank you so much for having us back out for a second year for the ISC Sports Network, and we're certainly already looking forward to this being on the calendar for us next year. And while we wait for this girls group to get to their tee shots, let's go back 53 weeks to what we had a year ago, because this event was played right after Memorial Day last year, and you were here caddying for Tony's daughter in that event. And it was the first sporting event that a lot of us had gone to since the beginning of the pandemic, and it was so good just to be out and about and working and being around other people. This this event and this course do not have to have other things attached to it
Right.
for them to be special. Pete and Alice were special. Crooked Stick is a special place, but I will never forget the feeling I had of being able to go out and do my job at the end of last May and being here 53 weeks ago.
Yeah, there were so many things that canceled and so many, so few tournaments for these kids to play in, and to come here to Crooked Stick and play in the Dye Junior Invitational, and they did everything right. They took all the precautions, but they made it playable. They made it safe, and you could tell it was just such an exciting feeling for these players to get back at it. And I'll be honest with you, I mean, I love caddying. You're saying you loved being up here and broadcasting, and it was a special feeling. It was a time when these kids needed it too, and parents needed it. They needed to get out and do something, and the staff here and the tournament coordinators did such a good job in creating a safe environment for them to play, and it was special to be back out here, and it was a lot of fun.
By the way, I want to notate the two gentlemen that were in our seats last year that aren't here with us this year. They certainly have the open invitation to return a year from now. Not that you're not doing a wonderful
I'm
job.
with you.
You are. However, we were graced by the presence of Brian Hammonds, one of the original voices of the Golf Channel, one of the voices of the PGA Tour for over 2 decades, and Will Haskett, who has called a ton of college golf and junior golf over the years and really is full-time on the PGA Tour as far as Sirius XM PGA Tour radio. And for those that are, again, outside of our usual viewing area, they are both guys that are natives of the Indianapolis area. Brian from Anderson, Will from North Central High School, and both guys had to beg off of being on the coverage this year, other conflicts. But, fellas, we would love to have you back for the 2022 event, and hope you have a chance to watch this and enjoy our coverage today. So, all right, the trio of golfers, these are the 3 golfers that right now on the women's side are in spots 30, 31, and 32. Julia Meismer from Overland Park, Kansas. She's a senior to be in high school. She is 6 over on her round today. Kennedy No, who is from Knoxville, Tennessee. She's going to play at North Georgia coming up in the fall. She is 5 over on her round today. And Lily Whitley, who is from Edmond, Oklahoma, is that ball out of the rough, hooked left. Hopefully everybody's all right there. That's going to be tough, even tougher to hit out of that, where that ball is located. Lily is going to play at Kansas State. She is also 5 over on her round today, but really struggled yesterday, going 94 and 88 in her 2 rounds a day ago.
Yeah, and that's what we said. This course can do that to you. If you're off your game a little bit, you'll see shots like that, and it's so, it's such a penalizing golf course. And Tony said it right there. You can have some good stretches, but then something like jump up and bite you, and right there, it's going to, again, that's going to be a very tough shot.
I'll tell you about Lily. She was the low junior at the Oklahoma State Amateur. Qualified for the PGA Junior Championship. Julia Meismer competed in the U.S. Girls Junior at the age of 12. She has won the high school state championship in Kansas 3 years running. And she has twice qualified for match play at the U.S. Girls Junior.
Yeah, as we wait, Kennedy No went ahead and hit. She hit a great shot to the back right corner of the green. She'll have about 15, 16 feet for birdie. Greg, I believe that's the 3rd lefty in the field. I think we've already seen 2 come through. Kennedy makes the 3rd.
Side hill lie here.
Yeah, tough shot. You're going to just have to lay it up short left and try to get up and down.
Ball just get into that patch of rough there.
Yep.
So one player on the green and 2. Another player just shy of the green and 2. And this is effort number 3. And again, the next group that we see come through here, they will be finishing their rounds. So we will start to climb the leaderboard, and we'll do so in descending order of the groups that play through here. In other words, we are halfway completed with our round on our broadcast day as this group finishes. as we have been on the air for a little over 2.5 hours at this point.
How do you do that within 10 seconds of 2.5 hours?
I count things.
This is going to be a tough shot right here out of this thick heather. They did find her golf ball, but she's going to have to try and chop it out and try to get up and down. See how far she can advance this shot.
Got it out, but we have seen a birdie on each of the boys and girls side so far. Primarily 4s, 5s, and 6s. We may be about to see our highest number of the day.
Yeah, and you never want to be that player, but this, this hole can do it to you, and this golf course can. So hopefully she can save something here and hit a good shot here for her. Let's see, be 1, 2, 4th shot, I believe. Correct?
Correct.
Yep, 4th shot. See if she can knock it on here and save double.
That is Lily Whitley. I appreciate the fact she's wearing that Kansas State Wildcat hat.
Yeah.
And caddies have the bibs on, so we have a chance to identify players. As you can tell, the wonderful staff here at Crooked Stick have put together some great player bio notes. And my broadcast partner, because of his work on the recruiting trail, has got to be around some of these players over the last couple of years as well.
Yeah, I know some of them. Got to know some through Erica and Annabelle as well, so it's fun to see them here at Crooked Stick competing. It's a good-looking shot. If it gets up, this could be really good.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah, great shot there.
And that's a bogey putt that will come up here. So again, good job to kind of minimize some damage there. And let's update you on the girls' leaderboard. Lee Chien is at 1 over. And again, that is, she's got a 2-shot lead with having a 2-shot penalty from the second hole. And how about the round that Brooke Bierman is having? She is at 4 under.
Wow.
She is playing the 14th. We will see her sooner rather than later. She entered the day at +8 after back-to-back 76s. Right now, +8 would have you in 9th. She is currently tied for 3rd. Young lady who will play at Michigan State in the fall.
Yeah, that's a great run by Brooke. Anytime you're 4 under around this golf course with these conditions, that's playing some great golf. See if she can finish it off.
This is the 3rd shot coming up. This is Meismer. Meismer, a senior to be in high school. Still undecided where her college golf will be. That will trickle on, so that will not be as maybe rough as it looked. She was about a foot away from having the right distance there.
Yeah, need to carry it just a little bit farther, and if she does, it gets all the way down there to that pin, and unfortunately got caught up in the heavy rough and slowed it down. So now she'll have a tough 2-putt.
Such is the precise nature of a Pete and Alice Dye design golf course.
It just makes you think you have to be perfect every shot, and a lot of times you do.
Next group after this one is on the 17th green. And Noah's going to have all kind of time to get a read on her putt.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been quite a few minutes between shots here for Kennedy. No, she was in the fairway, went ahead and played first as the other two were playing out of the rough, and hit a great shot, as I said, to this back right corner. She'll have about 15, 16 feet, it looked like, for birdie. Got to know Kennedy a little bit last year. She was in a group we were paired with, and she'll attend University of North Georgia, Division II school, and great young coach in Sierra Campbell. So look for her to have a good career down in Georgia.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a good opportunity here if you want to sing the praises of being a Division II student athlete.
Yeah.
Both you and I were of that ilk a few years ago. She's the only Division II player in this field. Everybody else Division I or undecided. This is a par putt. And it looks like it's not enough to get there. It is.
I bet it is. It'll
It
get
is.
there. What a great roll there. Great
Perfect
speed.
read. And again, we have the luxury of seeing every group come through here. So about midway through the round, we become the experts on this green in terms of knowing exactly where to hit it.
Yeah, I walked down there before the broadcast, and you can tell just how much that slope affects things. And well, she perfect distance control there on that long putt.
And us broadcasters say things like, I'm not sure how this translates on TV. You can see it with the eye. And again, especially from our perspective, you see the downhill slope towards us and towards the camera you're watching of Aaron Van Wolde as we speak. And our crew has been tremendous as always. This is Whitley. This is a bogey putt for 5. How about
What
that?
a great save.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a great save. She got caught up in that heavy rough back there in the heather, and she ends up saving 5.
In baseball, we would refer to that as a line drive in the box score.
Yep, that was very solid save there. So we see Kennedy No getting ready for her birdie putt. Like we said, it's been a while since she's in between shots here, so see if she can remain focused and knock this in.
This group's been pretty steady throughout the course of their round today.
Stretch might be a little short.
Oh,
Wow, sits right on the edge.
That's one you give 10 seconds to, right? Just in case.
She might want to slow down here a little bit.
In case a gust of wind picks up.
What a great roll.
I don't think you have to mark that. I think you can, she's literally counting it out.
She's going to weigh, but she said it's not going to fall, so I think she knows. Good solid 4 there by Kennedy, though.
So best of luck to these young ladies as they go to the front 9 to finish their round. So the next group that we will see, and they are literally heading to the tee box as we speak, Harris Barth, Ethan Evans, Devin Patel. And these young men were first off the tee at 8 o'clock. First, let's finish up business here. Oh, and Meismer missed it. That's a shame because that last putt was so good.
Yeah, missed it high.
So a 6, unfortunately, for her. And now we will head back to the tee. So these fellas are on hole 54 of the tournament. Again, you've been there in the mindset. Walk us through kind of what you're thinking. If you're like, all right, this is my last hole of 54 that I've played in the span of about 30 to 36 hours. What's going through kind of between the years there?
Well, it depends on how hungry you are, first of all. I'd be wanting to get in. No, you just want to stay solid. Just end with a good feeling and play a solid hole. And unfortunately, we see one go in the water there. But they're probably exhausted. I mean, you add in the practice round and then 36 yesterday and 18 more today, and you're really starting to feel a little bit of the physical part creep in, and having to try to stay focused for this last hole, and especially this hole. I mean, you have to make a good swing off the tee here, and like I said, we just saw one go in the water there. So really, you're just trying to battle fatigue and get it in the house at this point.
We do not have updated scores for this group past the 13th hole. That drive is in the kind of intermediate cut, but certainly safe.
Yep, that one's safe.
Devin Patel already wearing his college colors, UVA. He was 1 over through 13 after shooting 1 under in his second round yesterday. In other words, he's thinking, all right, Why'd I have to pop up that 80
Yeah.
in round number 1?
You know, that's what makes winning so hard. 54 holes is so tough to get through without making mistakes, and that's why winning championships feels so good and is special and very tough to do. So, but 1 under par round out here is very, very solid.
Certainly likes the way that one
Yep.
feels if you pick up the tee that quickly. And you can see why.
Yeah, right
Dead center.
Yep, perfect. So 1 in the water here at 18 and other 2 safe.
Harris Barth, by the way, at last report, plus 10 for the tournament. Again, that's a few holes ago. So on the scoring, there's kind of the group that would be behind them is actually listed as being in front of them. So it's remarkable that I can sit on a laptop and just fire scores at you in terms of who has done what. That is all part of the Golf Genius program that events like this use to be able to track down. You have the 18th hole flyover you can queue up. Let's get you the third member of this group, Ethan Evans. Ethan, at last report, was 1 under for his round today. So he is currently tied for 11th. Now, again, that's as of hole number 13.
Right.
They have clearly played 4 more since that time. And they will proceed to, those will be automatically updated because as soon as they finish here, we'll make a hard left. The scoring area is just on the other side of, as we have referred to it, Carmel's version of Butler Cabin that Eddie is
right. Yep.
sitting in today for his interviews. And scores will go on the big board kind of off to the clubhouse. And your former player in Nate Holm, his calligraphy game is on point. Did they teach you that in golf school? How to write like that? Because
they do.
I couldn't qualify as a golf pro in terms of my swing or my handwriting.
I need to go critique it a little bit. I haven't seen it yet.
It's splendid.
Well, he does a good job here. I'm very proud of him. He's a great kid in our program, and doesn't surprise me he's doing things like he's doing here at Crooked Stick. And I know Tony's been very thankful that he's been up here. So they make a good team, and Crooked Stick just does an awesome job. So really, really proud of what Nate's doing.
Reference the fact that Patel is going to play at Virginia. Evans is going to play at Duke. He is from the Seattle area, Mercer Island, Washington. He is a high school senior to be. He was the high school state champ as a freshman. 4-time junior state champion is Evans.
Wow.
And qualified for this year's amateur 4-ball. The resumes on these kids.
That's what I was going to say. The resumes you keep reading is just impressive.
You couldn't make up stuff better than this.
Oh,
these are all facts that we're giving you.
Yep. And the one female earlier won 75 junior tournaments. That's amazing to me. That's a lot of wins.
So clearly this is the young man that's going to have to play his third, as we had the one have to take a drop. What's the distance lining up from there, Brent?
Yeah, he's gonna have to. It's 222 back to the pin. So as we said, he's gonna have to get it up there 200 yards or so to get to the front of the green and let it get back there. But again, this is not a fun shot. You still see that water off to your right and trying to avoid a big number here on the last hole you're playing. So you're really, really trying to escape with 5 or 6 here and just get done. But that's what makes this hole so hard. It's so hard off the tee, and then if you do, unfortunately, hit a poor one, push it right, now your third shot is just as hard. So look for this one to be a little bit left and hopefully sneak it on the green and run it back there.
And is what has made this a finishing hole at major championships, like the U.S. Women's Open, the PGA Championship, the U.S. Senior Open, and the Solheim Cup.
Yeah, BMW as well. I mean, just it's a great venue, and as Tony said earlier, that's what Pete and Alice wanted, a championship-style golf course. This is left.
Safe.
Yep, safe.
So a par chip. And again, 5 or 6, the more likely of plays here. Patel. Solid contact from the fairway. Staring it down.
He's staring it down. He likes it.
He should.
Yeah, very good shot there. Just left of the pin.
And again, this will turn off that side hill. Great look at birdie. So this is Evans. So it was Barth that hit that ball into the water. How about that?
Great shot. Yeah.
Again, just because he couldn't control the spin as much out of that rough, rolls through, but awfully good look.
Yeah, it's very good. It's right on line. Just carried it a little bit too far and have to get up and down from back of the pin there and behind the green, but just a couple of really good shots again. And there's you see the difference of hitting the fairway, and as you said, out of that rough, you can control the distance just a little bit better out of the fairway. So see one birdie attempt coming up here with this group.
By the way, our boys' leaders are both at even par. Caden Pope, Drew Wrightson are both at even, and they are playing 10 as we speak. Nicholas Gross, Jake Peacock are at +2. William Love, Jay Brooks, and Luke Poulter at +3. And let's, while we have an opportunity, tell the story about Luke Poulter. And he is Ian's son. Luke suffered what we believe to be a dislocated kneecap yesterday, just kind of jumping up to celebrate what was nearly a hold in eagle.
Yeah, it's on number 9, and they said he had looked like the ball took a look in the hole, and he jumped up to celebrate and came down. And, you know, I heard the story just as you did this morning, but dislocated his kneecap. An ambulance had to be called, and he went down on his last hole and let some groups play through, but he ended up finishing.
Had about a 30-minute delay in terms of being able to finish his round, but was able to literally hobble up, tap in. And the story is that he is still competing today, and
Tough
through
kid,
10
man.
holes, he is 2 over on his round.
It's a tough kid.
So back to the tee box. Calvin Rossholt, Taylor Kehoe, and Lydia Swan. There's our trio of girls players that are, again, about to finish their round. So we are largely getting now to those that are, at this point, probably competing for top 10, top 15. Again, because of the solid rounds of both Evans and Patel, they potentially could be in line for borderline top 5, depending on how things play out. There's the quick chip. That's about exactly
That's
where you want to
really
land
good.
that. Let's watch the hill. We're showing you action on the tee box. You and I are looking at the action on the green. That was a phenomenal short game effort. We'll cue that up for you on replay coming up in a matter of moments. But this hole has been very well played by this trio. Great recovery. Unfortunately, it was on a, 4th shot. So what you are looking at now, that is Barth's effort on the chip. And he has given himself a very makeable bogey putt to salvage 5 on this hole.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted to do. He played the second shot smart, or his third, actually, after the penalty, but give himself a chance to get up and down, try to walk away here with bogey at worst and end your day with a 5, and he's going to do that. What a great chip there.
So we take a look at it while we were showing you action from the tee box.
I mean, he landed it perfectly. We've been watching these all day, and it looks like it's going to be short. It's not going to be short. It's going to get all the way down there.
So if you wonder why we were celebrating a shot from 20 feet away, that's why. All right, so this is Evans. We'll catch up with that group as they get to the fairway. This is for birdie. You may be a little upset with that, but
Yeah, it came out softer than he thought
Yeah.
it would.
now Patel will have his birdie putt. And again, unfortunately, we do not have updated scores for these golfers past the 13th hole. after these guys putt out, it's all you. That's how you finish right
great
there.
Looking putt there. Good birdie.
Very well done. Last hole of 54 and close it out with a 3. And he was at +1 for the day as he was heading to the 14th.
I mean, he played the whole textbook right down the gut off the tee, left of the pin. It trickled to his right, used the slope, and then he makes the putt. Just a perfect ending for Patel.
This is Evans trying to make sure he salvages his 4. Eddie White standing by with a special guest after. Evans tries to knock this one home. Knocks it in.
Yep. Good up and down from over the green there by Ethan Evans.
That tells me that those 4 holes we're not sure about his score, they went well for him too, given the smile he's got on his face. And that one, well done by this group. A birdie, a par, and a bogey, and great memories all around. 2 great days of golf for this trio here at Crooked Stick. They're the first group to finish here on the 18th. And before we get to our next group of young female golfers who are making their approach shots on 18, one of the all-time greats from this city is standing by with Eddie White.
Golf here at Crooked Stick. How great is it to have one of the greatest amateur champions our state has ever had? She came all the way from, I don't know what, 50 yards away. She lives on 18. The great Nancy Fitzgerald. I could talk about city championships, Canadian senior championships, United States senior champion. You have more championships than I don't know what. But as a longtime member here, you live on the course. You've known Alice and Phil or Pete forever. What does this mean to you to have this event here?
Well, it means everything. More importantly, besides me, it means would have meant, and it means to Lily Dye, who's here, Alice and Pete's granddaughter. It means everything. This is a work of art. This is the course that Pete built. This is the course that Alice built. It wouldn't have been done without both of them working together. We look out over those trees over my shoulder from the 18th green. Alice hand planted those. It's amazing what they poured into this course. This is their course, and just to have them see their dream come true of being able to someday have a junior tournament representing both boys and girls who have not yet, joined the collegiate ranks, to have them here competing would be their dream. And I am so excited just to be sitting here looking at them. It's going to be a top-level amateur golf. For teens, you wait and see. And the venue, of course, is just unbeatable.
Pete and Alice are famous designers of some of the most spectacular courses around the world. But you touched on it. This is their baby. This was their favorite.
Oh, it was their favorite by far. Pete designed this course with love, with care. He took care of it. And as you know, he drove the greenskeepers crazy because he wanted it done perfectly. And it is. I remember he got on a bulldozer and made the stream off 13 one day when he was feeling unusually ornery. But that's what it was. I mean, he tinkered with it. He played with it. He designed it. And he made it into truly one of the best tracks, I think, in America, perhaps the world. You can't beat it. It's amazing.
As one of the great women champions of golf the state has ever seen, how do you feel when you see some of these young girls, 14, 16, crushing the ball? They're touched, they're putting. I mean, it's incredible golf by these young ladies.
You know what's even more incredible, Eddie? You'd appreciate this because we're not teens anymore. Well, you might look like it, not me. Jane Nelson played way back in the 20s, and she was shooting 72, 73 with hickory clubs. Now, you explain that to me. Now, I see what these kids are doing today. I get the equipment, I get their stretching, I get their incredible diets, the work ethic, which is remarkable, and their scores reflect it. But when you think back before exercise was even allowed to be said, women playing in skirts, and there they are shooting in the low 70s. It's incredible. And Alice Dye was one of those people.
Yep.
You know, she's been playing here for a long, long, long time and won tremendous number of tournaments, but she always loved the youth.
Nancy, it's always great
It's
to
great
see
to see
you.
you.
Greg,
Thank you.
Not
Thank you.
just one of the greatest female champions, one of the greatest golf champions this state has ever had, a great ambassador of the game of golf, and obviously an ambassador for youth golf and junior golf. Back to you guys.
Eddie, thank you very much. Nancy, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for the time. 1997 U.S. Senior Women's Amateur Champion, 7-time Indiana Women's Golf Association Champion, 3-time IWGA State Amateur Champion, 11-time Indianapolis City Women's Champion. Nancy Fitzgerald.
Is that all?
That's it.
I've watched her play several times, and she is a great champion. I want to learn more about that percentage of pulling the pin and not. I need to get with her after this is over and try to help our team. But, yeah, what a great champion, and it's great for her to be here and speak on behalf of Pete and Alice.
And Callan Rossholt, Taylor Kehoe, Lydia Swan, the trio that you are watching now. Good-looking ship here.
This
again.
looks really good.
It's like these players have had their caddies watching our feed from 18, knowing how to go to school on this one.
Yeah, that's they knew that pin was going to be back there. I'm sure they hit that shot several times in the practice round, and perfect judge of distance right there.
We can now tell you, after doing this for a second year, this is the Sunday pin placement, if you will, on 18. That was Kehoe on the chip.
So there is currently no one on 17, so we got a little gap here. I don't know if he has any place.
That ball just keeps running.
It's not a bad effort there.
No. So 3 chips on this approach, and that's about as close as you can stop it from that position. What would you say the optimum landing zone is on the screen? About a stretch of about 10 to 15 feet?
Yeah, it's not very much. I mean, depending on where you're coming in from, obviously. But, yeah, wherever you are, whether you're coming in from the fairway, you have to be pretty precise, or especially off to the left or short. You just have to be so precise where you land it to take the appropriate slopes and get the appropriate speed down. It's very, very tough.
We do have updated scores on this group from through 17. Ross Holt is 13th currently at 10 over par. Try to talk slowly but kind of softly because they're 20 feet away from me. Swan is at 16 over par. She's 7 over on her round today. Just left that a bit short. And Kehoe of this group, she is tied for 14th at 11 over par for the tournament. Taylor is Canadian, and she'll play at Alabama in a year. work left to do for a 5. Ross Holt of this group will play at Arizona State next year. And that putt connected upon.
Yeah, good solid putt there.
Swan is a senior to be in high school. She is undecided. You see the boys group that's back on the 18th tee. As this group is set to finish out. And handshake times for this group. Hugs are not discouraged the way they were a year ago.
Last year, yep.
Congratulations to all 3 of these young ladies. And this group going to be kind of mid-pack as far as the leaderboard is concerned. Kind of between spots 10 and 20, and handshakes being shared by everybody here. So with that, next up is William Love, Joe Wilson the 4th, and Jacob Tarkany. Wilson of this group is tied for 22nd. He struggled a bit today. He was 8 over through 16. Tarkany is currently tied for 20th. He is 12 over for his round today. And William Love, well, he's in a bit of a different scenario. He is currently tied for 8th because he is even par on his round today, at least through 16. And +5 for the tournament. So we've not had their updated scores from that group from the 17th hole. And yet you see another left-handed golfer.
Yeah, the 4th one of the day, and a couple future teammates here, a couple of future Ohio State Buckeyes in the same group, and I believe the 3rd player now that's a future Duke Blue Devils. So good representation for Ohio State and Duke, and as you said, he's even par on the day and fighting for a top 10 finish here.
So let's talk about the fact that we are seeing so many left-handers, and let's now go back 20, 25 years. You know, Phil Mickelson, you know, obviously has been a factor on the PGA Tour for nearly 30 years because he's such a highly thought-of amateur coming out of Arizona State. But you've got Phil, you've got Bubba, you've got Mike Weir that's a former Masters champion from that lefty side of things. And I would imagine there's a lot less players who are told, hey, get that club out of your left hand than there would have been, say, pre-1992, 1993.
Yeah, I think you just go with what's natural, and you have 2 of the best amateur players here in the state, and Julia Potter and Erica Shepard, both lefties, and both USGA champions here from Indiana. And you know, it's interesting to see how some of them are right-handed and play golf left-handed, and some of them are left-handed and you know, play golf right-handed. It's just interesting to hear all the different stories, and the way Erica, why she hits the ball left-handed. She's actually right-handed, but it's just because her father put the ball in between her and her brother and didn't want them hitting each other. So that's how she learned to swing left-handed.
All right, so with that, from a teaching perspective, how much do you do anything differently because she's lefty compared to righty?
Nope, just have to be careful with how we talk. You know, you're used to working with right-handed players, but I'm so used to working with her now. It's not even a factor. Now with technology, you can do about whatever you want. You can get numbers and things like that from both directions on TrackMan, so it really is not a factor. And you know, I think it's becoming more and more common as we see, like I said, and I don't know how many are in this field, but I know we've already seen 4 left-handed players, and you know, especially some of the players from Canada we're getting are lefties because they play hockey as well, and they're so I have a left-handed player coming in this fall that's a hockey player from Canada. So
and I can tell you this
from
from spending time around guys that are like former Indianapolis Ice players and stuff, the balance and weight transfer of a hockey swing and a golf swing are very replicatable.
Yeah.
Those are, if you're a good hockey player, you have a good chance of being a pretty good golfer as well.
Absolutely. And the gentleman we have coming in this fall is in that same boat. He's a very high highly ranked and high-level hockey player, and he's a very highly ranked and high-level golfer. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're very similar, and they go hand in hand.
And my name is Greg Rakestraw, joined by Brent Nickerson. He is the golf coach at the University of Indianapolis. His teams just finished 3rd and 5th, respectively, men and women's, in the Division II tournament that took place during the month of May. He is also the former pro at Dyes Walk Country Club in Greenwood, and the historical connection to Crooked Stick here is that was Pete Dye's first 9-hole design. El Dorados was known back in 1962. We are also joined by Eddie White, member here at Crooked Stick. Of course, Eddie, the host of Pacers Overtime on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. And if you think he knows basketball, you ought to hear his NFL stories at some point in time, because he's got just a few of those as well. Then the groups you are seeing now, they are getting ready to finish their tournament here. After this group gets through, we have 8 more groups left to go to complete our day and complete the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational here from Crooked Stick Golf Club in Carmel, Indiana. Nice picture of you and Pete Dye just pull up on your phone there.
It was a very special day for me as a golf professional. I got to walk, as I said earlier in the broadcast, a few holes with, actually 18 holes with him. He was talking about doing a redesign, and it was funny because he had his dog 60 with him, and he goes everywhere. It's, as we see a second shot coming out of the rough there on 18, going to lay up short. Smart play there. But he was talking about just all the mistakes that he had made designing that golf course, and how much he learned from that. And it was a very entertaining day. And I was with our superintendent at the time, myself, and just Pete out walking around, and he asked us for advice, and we were like, we looked at each other like, "Are you kidding me? The most well-known golf course designer in the world is asking us for advice." And I just think he was being nice. He knew what he was already thinking, but it was a very special day for me.
And the trio of golfers you're seeing here, William Love, native of Atlanta, Georgia, senior to be in high school. He's going to head to play at Duke. Joe Wilson, the 4th. Jacob Tarkany rounding out this trio. 4 more girls groups, 4 more boys groups we have to show you today. Tarkany heading to Ohio State, Scottsdale, Arizona. Take a look at this effort here from the middle of the fairway. Back corner of the green. It will hang on.
Probably a little closer than he wanted.
Yep.
But again, that's where smart decision making and smart targets come into play. And we've been talking about why kids are so much getting better and the scores are getting lower. They're also playing a lot smarter. You have the decade system out now that helps them, with percentages and things like that Scott Fawcett came up with. And there's a shot long left, and that is
tough.
going to be really, really a hard shot coming up. But just a smart target there. If you're aiming at the middle of the green and you happen to overdraw it a little bit, you're still safe. Where if you go at the pin and overdraw it, you're in the water. So smart play there to get it to the back corner.
Let's talk about Joe Wilson, the 4th of this group. He's had 2 top 5s, 2 additional top 20s at AJGA Open events. He was in the top 5 in the 2019 Ohio Division I State Championship, and 6 times he has won on the Golf Week Junior Tour. He's from Westchester, Ohio. He'll play at Ohio State after his upcoming senior year. As far as Jacob Tarkany is concerned, he is the 2020 Arizona High School State Champion. His high school team state champs in Arizona. Finished top 10 at the Nota Begay National Championship. And finished top 5 at the Donald Ross Jr. So he's hitting all the course designers. If he's top 5 at the Donald Ross and playing here at Pete Dye. And Jacob's going to head across the country to play at Ohio State. And they've got just a few famous alums from the golf program at Ohio State.
One in particular, I
think.
Yeah.
Only 18-time major champion Jack Nicklaus that comes to mind. From a local perspective, Chris Smith that spent time on the PGA Tour. Rock Hollow Golf Club up in Peru comes to mind.
believe he still can play. He just won a tournament here in Indiana, shot a final round 64 to come back and win that tournament. So he's obviously still got it. But Mr. Nicholas, he happened to show up at our final round of the Division II National Championship, and unfortunately we were still on the golf course when a lot of other teams got to meet him. I've never met Jack Nicholas, but obviously an unbelievable career and probably the most famous Ohio State alum there is, at least in the sports world.
This is the third. This is Tarkany.
Get it over that ridge.
Now will it stop? Yeah, it did, but one bounce too few.
We've seen that happen here a few times too. Out of the fairway, it actually takes that spin and stops short of that ridge.
By the end of the day, you and I will become experts on exactly how to play the 18th
Absolutely.
hole. We see 65 different players give it a try.
I don't want this one that this gentleman has right now. This is probably the toughest shot we've seen greenside here today.
Where are you thinking about landing this
You
one?
know, it depends. I can't really see the lie. If he can get loft on it, he can take it a little bit closer to the pin. He's probably going to go out to the right and just hopefully use that, use the slope. He just really needs to get it on the green. Took a full. This is a great shot.
Wow.
That's awesome. That's about all you can do. That's
Yeah.
about as good as you can do it. And you saw, Greg, how hard he swung. He opened that face up and got to come out pretty high and soft. Great play.
It was William Love.
William Love's caddy is Clay Steersman, who played this event last year.
So William's getting a little help from some local knowledge.
Sounds like it.
Here with his caddy.
Absolutely.
Clay Steersman, that was in this event last year, now plays at Wake Forest, doing the caddying work for him. I don't think in the state of North Carolina, the Wake Forest and Duke guys are allowed to help each other. In Indiana, you can get away with it.
That's probably going to end pretty soon, I would think.
So Wilson, the fourth, has the birdie opportunity from just off the back of the green. But it's Tarkany's fourth. He's away. And Tarkany T20th. And the last updated score we had from him was before the 17th. Got the right line.
Yeah, he played it out high enough.
Yep.
A lot of people have been playing that a little low, just a little bit too hard, but that's a tough putt apparently down below that ridge. We've seen that all day.
Fortunately for Jacob, his worst round of the tournament is going to be today. He went 76-74 yesterday. So Wilson, the fourth. Potential for a good ending here, but again, this will be his worst round of the two-day event. Went 76-73.
Like he went with putter, believed, and it really took a big hop out of that first cut and didn't get the rollout he was hoping for.
He's got that to finish with the par.
Yep.
Also a par opportunity here for William Love. And from a placement standpoint, this is the most important of the trio because he's top 10.
This would be an incredible up and down if he can pull this off. Oh. Wow. What a great putt. I thought he made it.
He deserved better than that, didn't he?
And he's really surprised, too. That was just a great effort. And tough to give one up there. That was a very, very good putt.
And he is one of 5 players that was tied at +5. But he's the first of the clubhouse of that group.
Eddie, I don't know if you want to grab anyone. The girls just teed off 17, so there's a little bit of a gap here after these putts finish.
Putt rolls home for Tarkany. He'll finish with the 5. Do we have the flyover video, Jordan? This is for a par to finish his day. Current leaders on the boys' side is Drew Wrightson. He's at 1 under. He's currently playing the 11th. And connects. Good solid par to finish the round. Well, congratulations to these 3 golfers. Get a couple will be soon Ohio State teammates. The young man's going to play at Duke again. The depth of talent in this field is absolutely tremendous. Got a little bit of time before we get to our next trio of golfers. And again, the young lady that has the round of the day going so far is in the next group that is up in Brooke Bierman. Catherine Schuster along with her. And Lexan Halama is the next trio, but they are playing the 17th as we speak. So we have ourselves a little bit of time here. We'll have a special guest coming up here in a matter of moments. And in fact, let's go to Eddie White right now, because part of the Dye family tradition behind this event, and she spends a lot of time donating her time to make sure this event runs smoothly, is standing by with Eddie White.
Thanks, Greg. Joining us right now, the granddaughter of Pete and Alice, Lily Dye Harmon. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Happy to be here.
For people here, for the members here, for the staff here at Crooked Stick, this is personal. They love this event. For you, this is your blood. I mean, Pete and Alice. I've asked Tony this, I asked Wayne this, and I have to ask you this. What do you think they would think if they saw this?
Oh, I think they'd be blown away. This event would mean the world to them, as they were both awesome amateur golfers. Alice won every title she could in Indianapolis, the North and South. I mean, it's a list a mile long. And Pete, the same thing. And they loved playing golf together. And they love spending time together. And, being able to bring in the next generation and show them that, and have girls and boys on the same golf course playing the same tournament, they would just think this is extremely special.
You could speak to this better than me, but people know them from their architecture and the courses and all their stuff. But we would see them out on the range here. They would bring people out, people they just met, whatever, to teach them the game. People that maybe were less fortunate. And Alice would be out there working with people. They wanted to grow the game, but they wanted people who maybe wouldn't normally have access to the game of golf. They went and found those people to help them. It was remarkable to see.
Giving back to the game of golf, teaching people the game of golf, really living and breathing the love and passion for the game of golf. That meant the world to them, and they did that every day. Whether they meant to, whether it was somebody standing around just looking at the club and they said, come on over here, let me see you swing that. Or me, their own granddaughter, who I spent hours and hours out here on this whacking the ball. Mm-hmm. My grandmother used to get upset with me because I'd put dings in the non-sweet spots of her clubs. And every time I'd saw her, she'd pull out a club and say, see this mark? This is from our last lesson, just to remind me to, get out there and hit the sweet spot.
This, again, to wrap it up, is personally, for the Dye family, to see this event, better yet, to hear the feedback. The feedback from the players, the feedback from their parents, from the college coaches who are walking around, that has to warm your heart.
Oh, absolutely, it does. This is such a special place, always has been, and now we're just bringing in other people to experience it. So yes, from the bottom of my heart and for the rest of the family, we just think this is wonderful.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Back to you, Greg.
Eddie, thank you. Lily, thank you very much for the time. And Lily was a part of our broadcast a year ago as well. She calls the Denver area home now, so great for a chance for her to come back home to the Carmel and Indianapolis area with this tournament each and every year. And Lee Chien now a 3-shot lead on the girls' side. And she is even par on her round today, and that is with a 2-shot penalty that was assessed on her second hole. The girls' leaders are playing 12. By the way, our clubhouse leader is Bailey Davis. So of the groups that we saw play through that started on 10, Bailey has now completed her round. She finishes the tournament at 8 over par. And congratulations to Bailey, 2 under 70 for her round today.
Yeah, it's very solid out here. These conditions aren't easy. The golf course is set up firm and fast, as Tony said earlier, and anytime you can get it under par around this place, it's very solid. 70 is a great score for Bailey Davis.
Brooke Bierman, who we will see in this next group, she was 4 under heading to 17. So she is tied for third, one of 3 golfers currently at +4. Brooke Bierman, Kennedy Adams, and Carissa Shang.
No, I'm not.
Both 4 over on the round or for the tournament. So again, Bierman, who we will see in this next group when they head to 18, she is one of the stories so far of today. That is the current activity on the girls' side of the ledger. From the boys' standpoint, again, Drew Wrightson currently in the lead at 1 under. Nicholas Gross, Caden Pope, both at even par. And again, the fact that Luke Poulter is playing is the win, but he isn't playing effectively. +2, and Jake Peacock +2 as well. Both those players are +1, again, through as they are playing the 12th hole. All right, we'll get you back to the 18th tee coming up in a matter of moments, but we referenced the fact that one of last year's tournament participants was one of this year's tournament caddies, and he's standing by with Eddie White.
Thanks, Greg. Clay Steersman joins us, Carmel guy, now at Wake Forest. Last year you played in this event. This year you're too old to play in this event. You caddied. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, I just really enjoyed the experience out here. It's my first time meeting Will earlier in the week, and I've been caddying out here for the past 2 summers when I'm home from school, and really enjoyed just being able to recreate the experience from last year that we were able to have. And, course is in great shape. Everybody here is always in, good spirits to put on a great tournament and run a really organized event. So just being able to be on the bag with Will, had it going pretty well today. 3 under at one point, a couple bad swings on 15, slipped a little bit, hit it OB. But other than that, we felt like we were in the hunt. Didn't quite do the job that we wanted to, but it was a great experience seeing all these young guys.
William Love, you caddy for. He's going to Duke. They're a rival of yours. You're at Wake Forest.
Yeah.
He did blame the bad swings on his caddy. I want to take it back to a year ago. What did this event mean to you a year ago when you came out here? You grew up here, and you know the history of Pete and Alice Dye. What did it mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, being able to be kind of one of the hometown kids. I know we had 3 or 4 guys from the Metro Indy area last year playing it, but being able to kind of represent Carmel, just as a city was a great opportunity. I was very grateful to get the invitation last year, one of the first year I guess we had it here, and just turned it into such a prestigious event with great honor. Everyone here knows that they really earned their spot to play here, and it meant a lot for me to be able to kind of bond with the guys that I kind of grew up playing with around on the national level. So it was great. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed every bit of it.
Well, it's reciprocal because of all the people here at Crooked Stick. We're so proud of you, and we wish you to be Wake Forest. You think Wake Forest, you think Arnold Palmer, the great legacy of golf. Who's the skinny guy that just did good in the Masters?
Will Zalatoris.
Yeah, that skinny. The guy weighs like 14 pounds.
Yeah, and
his waist is like 18. Rick Straw and I haven't had. We didn't have those waists coming out of the womb, and this son of a gun is striping it. But we are so proud of you. We wish you the best at Wake Forest, and thank you so much for stopping by.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, wait, can I get you in like a caddy for me, maybe like a member guest?
Yeah.
Oh, baby, I got a caddy. Now I need a game in a bunker there, Coach.
I was going to say,
right.
I would have him play with you, then figure something out from a caddy perspective.
Good point.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Back
it.
to you guys.
You got it. Eddie White again on our interview set, and appreciate Eddie doing that. We had a little bit of gap in between groups, and that happens from time to time. This is kind of the longest gap we have had so far today. But again, understanding the round that Bierman has going, I understand why it's taken her a little bit of time, because she has suddenly vaulted herself into, if not medalist contention, because she is 5 shots back of the lead. Anytime you can get yourself into a top 3 finish in an event like this, it's quite an effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's only 3 under par rounds on the golf course today. One's already in, and Bailey Davis, who shot 70. There are only 2 other girls under par, and one and led by Brooke Bierman, who's 4 under. Obviously, she is taking a little bit of time, and that's more power to her. She's in the hunt here, and she's in a 3-way tie at 4 over for the tournament. So this is an important stretch of holes for her, but. Michigan State is getting a very, very good player in Brooke, and obviously she's showing it today with 4 under.
Let's thank our tremendous crew here on the ISC Sports Network. Jordan Shue is our director today. Wayne Durr assisting with graphics in the truck as well. Thank you to Austin Lass, Matt Armstrong, Josh Baker, and Aaron Van Wolde. Here our camera position up top as we are perched behind the 18th green. We have the bird's eye view of all of the activities going on here. I want to take an opportunity as well to thank the great folks here at Crooked Stick. We've referenced Tony Pancake and Nate from the Golf Pro staff, and Lily Di Harmon was just on with Eddie White, but Eddie's been involved behind the scenes, and I want to say a special hello to Chris and Sally Worthwine that do a lot of the publicity work for this tournament behind the scenes as well, and getting out more stories. And we referenced the fact that this was one of the first sporting events kind of take place during the pandemic last year at the end of May. And didn't hurt that John Daly's son was in contention for a championship here either. But there were publications and websites from literally almost all around the globe that were running with stories from here last year.
Yeah, and it was about the only thing going at the time. So, it was great for this committee to move on with this tournament last year. And like we said earlier, the players needed it, families needed it. It was a little bit more of the normal feel, and it's one of the few sporting events we were able to get to enjoy. So it was very special for me to be able to be here and be on the bag for Annabelle Pancake too. It meant a lot to her.
So this group teed off at 8:30. Means they're going to play their round in just under 5 hours today. Catherine Schuster, she's also having a good day today as well. Bierman and Lexan Halama of this group. And Bierman at 4 over for the tournament, 4 under today. Schuster at 9 over for the tournament and 2 over today. Halama 11 over for the tournament and a solid 3 over on her day. And that also kind of tells you she's just getting the kind of the max out of her game. She has shot 75, 77, and 3 over going to 17. So she's had some repeatable rounds here today. Schuster from the Outer Banks, Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, to be precise. You ever spent, now I've spent a lot of time OB as an out of bounds at a golf course.
Yeah.
You ever spent much time at OBX?
I have not been to the Outer Banks.
It is a wonderful place. And you're talking about learning how to play golf in the wind.
I'm sure.
You do
I'd
that.
like to fish there. I know as we see Bierman getting ready to hit on 18, but yeah, I'd like to fish the Outer Banks. I know that, but Schuster's going to be a Clemson Tiger. She'll join a couple other future teammates there in the field this week.
Halama's going to play at Illinois, and Bierman will play at Michigan State. This is a pretty distinguished group we have put together here.
She liked it. She picked up her tee pretty quickly. Yeah, right down the center.
We'll get a good look at it, absolutely. What is the tour schedule like for players at this level? How many events are they playing in a summer?
Oh, man, they can play every week if they wanted to. It really depends on the player. I think every couple weeks and then a week off is a pretty good schedule just to give them some time for the one thing that they need to value is rest. And that's hard. When people are telling you work hard, you're going to outwork people. But, when we were talking about Erica and talking about her future, I learned a lot from listening to LPGA players and PGA Tour players to say you need to value rest. You have to rest the body. You have to rest your mind. So, on to and off week maybe is something that I think works pretty well, or vice versa, just depending on what you want to play in and how extensive your schedule is going to be. But you got to have some weeks off to work on your game and to let your body and your mind rest.
Now let's talk about this from a coach's perspective.
Yep.
How much traveling are you doing the next couple of months? Again, knowing you haven't seen anybody in 15 months, how much are you out on the road looking at events like this these next 2 months?
Yeah, we're going to be on the road all summer. I mean, there's no other way around it. You have to get out and try to make up for the lost ground that we had in the pandemic. And I want to watch the players I have committed. I want to see them play and learn their games and talk about improvements that can be made and work to be done and get our. And then for uncommitted players and for our program, we have to be out there. I mean, it's a full schedule. You know, being a golf coach, especially if 2 teams, you're on the go all the time.
And Lee Chien is our leader. She is at even par, but her lead is now at 4 shots as Bierman, Adams, Carissa Shang, and Caitlin Schroeder are all at 4 over par. And we do not have Bierman's score from 17 yet. Our clubhouse leader is Bailey Davis. She teed off on 10. We saw her really a couple hours ago at this point. She turned in a 2 under 70. So she is at +8. So you would think, barring something overly calamitous, Bierman will be the clubhouse leader for quite some time.
That was a big word.
Well, I went to the University of Indianapolis.
Yeah, give it a little
education
plug there.
for service. So they taught me more multisyllabic words there than I learned at Lanesville High School.
Bierman's right down the middle here on 18. In a 4-way tie for second, not knowing what she did on 17, as we said, but what a great tee ball there by Bierman.
We got 3 on the dance floor of this group.
Yep, absolutely. 3 great tee shots here.
And somebody crushed their drive.
Yeah, that might be the longest drive of the girls we've
Yes.
seen all day.
What's your distance you're dialing up there? I'll tell you about Bierman.
About 175 yards, 173-ish.
Bierman, a first-team Rolex Junior All-American last year. She's won 3 times on the AJGA Tour. She was a drive, chip, and putt national finalist. See, he's going to be first up to play. It will be Bierman.
Yep. Greg, you never know what, 4 over might not be so bad by the end of the day. There's still some tough holes to play for our leaders, so
well, to put this in
solid.
Put this in perspective, Chien is playing her 13th hole, so you're absolutely right.
Yep.
There's a lot of golf left to be played. There's some serious deliberation taking place before this shot.
Yeah, you have to think this is a pretty big shot for Bierman, and she feels it.
Of course, the wind picking up here too. Something that the golfers not had to deal with for a couple hours at this point.
Yeah, we've had it all today. We've had sun, wind, rain. This one is on a good line. I can't tell the distance. Oh, this is going to be really good.
It will roll back. It will head over the ridge, which will funnel it down towards the hole. And again, that's at worst a 4 with a possible chance at 3. And we don't know how she did on 17, but potentially a 67, depending on how she scored on the 17th.
That was just a great shot there under pressure. You saw her back off a couple times. She knew what she needed to do. The wind picked up. This is another one that's right at it. She started off right on line if it's holding. Little left. If it catches the ridge, it's not. It's going to stay up on top.
It's going to come back a little bit.
It's going to sit right there. But, you look at Bierman, and she has 5 birdies on the day, a chance to make a 6, not knowing what she did on 17. But she has birdies at 4, 5, 9, 11, and 13. So just a good solid round with a chance, as you said, to maybe shoot 67 and creep up the leaderboard even more, put a little bit more pressure on.
If she has 4 birdies, that also tells me she has no bogeys on
No, she has 5, yeah.
Okay.
She bogeyed her first hole of the day and then 5 birdies from there. Just a great day.
10 is, as you well know, is very similar to this hole. In other words, it's not easy from a distance standpoint, from a layout standpoint. The 10th tee box is right behind our location.
This is the biggest tee shot of the day, I think, for the women.
Schuster crushed it. 2019 Dixie Women's Amateur Champion. 2019 Joanne Winter Silver Bell Women's Amateur Champion. 2019 North and South Junior Girls Champion.
139 yards.
Oh,
I mean, she absolutely bombed this tee ball.
that's about 270 then off the tee. In dead center.
Yeah. Center cuts right. She's going to be taking dead aim. That wind picks up. That wind's going to get it. I believe that's going to go left.
It did.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate.
And she didn't. It's not in the bunker. It's in the heavy rough. We've seen it from over there. It's a tough up and down.
There's virtually no room to land at that position.
What do you think Eddie'd do from that position right there?
Ask a friend.
Calling Clay.
By the way,
hit it for him.
Drew Wrightson, local product, going to play at Baylor. Currently, his lead has stretched to 3 in the boys division. He is the only player in red numbers on the boys side at 2 under. He has 1 under for his day. Caden Pope. Then 2 shots back to Jake Peacock, Nicholas Gross, and Nick Dunlap. So 5 players within 5 shots of the lead on the boys side.
Yeah, and as I told you earlier, I talked to Mike McGraw earlier today, just texting him about Drew, and he's so excited to get him to Baylor and his work ethic. He'll be a great culture kid, and obviously, you know, when I'm up here working with anybody, I see him out here working all the time and just relentless, and his passion for the game and getting better is obviously paying off. I mean, he's, what do you have, a 3-shot lead now, you said, and just a great player. So
let's tell you about Lexanne Halama, who is on your screen there. She is from Knoxville, Tennessee. He'll play at the University of Illinois. She qualified for the U.S. Girls Junior Championship back in 2018. And Lexanne in tournament play has fired a 65 in her playing days. It's Schuster that will play first.
and I like what her caddy's saying. He wants her to play it out to the right, give her a little bit more room for air, and it'll catch that slope. It'll hang a left as it gets onto the green. Just out of that rough that she has, it's just going to be hard to land it exactly where she wants it. Sorry.
Everybody understands the meaning of that gesture.
Yeah. She's kind of had a smile on her face.
I've got this from my last hole, seriously. That was the expression there. Again, this wind is nothing if you play on the Outer Banks.
This makes this putt for Bierman coming up even more important with this wind kicking up. It's going to be tough for the leaders back there with 4 or 5 holes still to play.
Bierman T2, 4 shots back of the lead. And I'm not sure if she lands at anywhere else in the green, the result's any different.
Yeah, it's not going to be
it's
much
going to go all the way
different.
back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be. It might stay on the green, but it's going to be in a similar spot. It's pretty good for a tennis player, figuring all that out. You watched it enough today, right?
Say it convincingly, people will believe you, Coach. Schuster may still be away here. No, I think it's going to be Halama, I believe. That'll be due up next.
Well, they've got us in a perfect spot. This view up here is awesome. This 18th hole is so tough, but it's a beautiful hole.
It's a good way to describe all 18 of them here.
Yep. As we've seen, this putt's going to be very, very quick for Halama.
Next boys group is back on the 18th tee, so we'll have more action coming up for you here in a matter of moments. As promised. So we'll catch up with those guys when they make it to the fairway. It's a heck of a poke you just saw right there. All right, so Halama putting. Had the right line. Now there's a little work left to go. Much as we said for a young lady a few groups ago, Bierman's going to go a while before hitting a shot.
Yeah. Same with Kennedy. No, you're exactly right. She's really thinking about it, too. They're really talking through this line. I think Brooke feels how big of a putt this is.
By the way, Wotherspoon, Wilson, and Ryan, the three boys players who are due up next. My goodness, that was crushed.
Yeah, one of them just bombed a tee shot.
All right, this is Schuster's par putt. Good effort. It'll be a 5 to finish for her. So she will finish in the neighborhood of the top 10. And she is 11th, and we don't have her score from 17. Bierman. For potentially a 67. Just missed it. But still an outstanding day.
Just slid left. But yeah, what a great round by Bierman.
The best round of the tournament yesterday was 69. And she will turn in her scorecard momentarily. She will take over the clubhouse lead from Bailey Davis, who currently is T8th. And the horn just sounded. Yeah, unfortunately, we heard thunder as well, and we're going to have ourselves a delay, unfortunately. Here, a little bit of rain starting to hit.
I don't think she can finish. She's asking now. Is smart to ask, but
right.
I think she has to discontinue play immediately. I think it'd be smart here to go ahead and mark.
Yep, she has her ball marked, but the horn just sounded, and we knew there would be a window of time that we would have today without interruption of play. And again, when that wind kicked up, that unfortunately kind of told us that there might be something in the area. So there has been lightning detected close enough to the course where they will pull all golfers from the area. So with that, we will step aside. We will take a break. Those of you watching on the live stream, stay with us. We will keep you updated as to what's going on. What we will do now to fill a little time is we will bring you our winners' interviews for a second time from a year ago, featuring John Marshall Butler and Laney Fry, the winners of the 2020 Pete and Alice Dye Invitational here at Crooked Stick. Back with you in a few minutes here on the ISC Sports Network. We are happy to be joined now by the winners of the inaugural Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational, both natives of the state of Kentucky. Joining us first on the girls' side, the women's winner from a year ago, it is Laney Fry. She played at the University of Kentucky this past year. And John Marshall Butler just finished up his season at Auburn University. Lady and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. And ladies first. So, Laney, we will start with you. When I ask for your memories of playing in this event at the end of last May, what immediately comes to mind?
I've got to say 18 the last day. It was really special walking up. It's an intimidating drive with I like to hit a natural draw, so it kind of calls for a cut off the tee and a demanding approach shot. But it was just such a neat experience having everybody there to watch, and kind of the first tournament back since COVID. It was something special.
John Marshall, same thing for you. When I ask your memories of playing 72 holes there over the course of, or I guess 54 holes over the course of 2 days, what immediately comes flooding back to your mind?
Yeah, I would have to say like the final putt I made on 18, and just, having my good high school friend Ballard Harris on the bag for me, and having my family there at the end of the round after I had won. I mean, that was a moment that sticks out, but pretty much all together, just the grit I showed all the week. I mean, Crooked Stick's such a difficult golf course, and I mean, just being able to, go out there and grind it out basically. And that showed a lot of heart, I thought. So that's what
JM, I'll
sticks
have you
out.
touch on the same thing that Laney said. And again, because of the unique circumstances, you guys lost if you played in the spring, what would have been a high school golf season or other traveling events that led into that event last year. What was it like to just be back on the course and be competitive at this time a year ago?
Yeah, I'll answer this question. So Kentucky actually plays their high school golf in the fall. So we got to play high school golf, fortunately. But yeah, I think the die was my first one back. It's hard to kind of remember that time a year ago. It's so bizarre. But yeah, being able to, that was one of my first events back, and being able to, just play competitive golf at that time was truly a blessing. So I was just happy for the opportunity to be able to do that.
Laney, the next question for you. And again, when you play at such a high level of junior golf, you play a lot of wonderful tournaments and a lot of great places. What was so unique and special about playing at Crooked Stick?
First of all, the course was perfect. There's nothing to change about it. I mean, it was the most beautiful layout, demanding but fair, and it was just so much fun to be there. But the people that put it on, Mr. Pancake did such an excellent job putting it together, and I knew Annabelle from playing against her a couple of times, and they're just great people putting on such a good tournament, and they have a heart for junior golf, so it really showed.
Laney, how did playing in that event prepare you for your first year of Division I college golf?
It was a great booster, especially being able to finish how I did. Gave me a little bit of confidence going into the year, and I guess it was that, and just being able to appreciate it. It was the most fun tournament I've ever played in. So it kind of gave me a new fire and love for tournaments and playing in them.
John Marshall, same question for you. You had a very successful first year at Auburn, cracking the top 5. You guys just missed out on qualifying past the regional round of the NCAA tournament. How did that tournament help prepare you to have a successful freshman season?
I think it was just the difficulty of the course. I mean, playing college golf, you play so many difficult golf courses, and you only really get that in elite junior events, like the AJGA Invitationals. And being able to play Crooked Stick was just, just that much extra experience. I mean, we played Blessings this year. We played Carson Creek and all these difficult golf courses. So, playing Crooked Stick, I thought really prepared me for those courses mentally.
All right, Laney, since you guys, and JM, I'll get back to you on this one as well. Since you guys are the defending champions, if somebody's kind of going to school on what you learned from playing this course over the course of 48 hours a year ago would be, what's the best piece of advice you can give to somebody hoping to follow you as a champion of this event? And again, Laney, I'll start with you.
Ooh, I would say don't get too greedy. Just stick to the process of hitting fairways and greens. I mean, that's good advice for anywhere, but extra important out at Crooked Stick. And really just enjoy it. It's a beautiful layout and cool tournament. So just soak it in. I find that I play my best golf when I do that. So I would advise them to do the same.
John Marshall, same question to you. What's your advice for the next champion of this event?
Well, I mean, the course is so hard. I don't know if I can give much advice, but I will tell you the next champion is going to be the person who shows the most grit. And a low score will not win this tournament just because of how difficult the conditions are. So it's going to be someone who makes a lot of pars and minimizes their mistakes.
So while you guys have kind of aged to a different level, it doesn't mean you're stopping playing summer golf. So Lanny, I'll start with you. What does your summer schedule look like from a golf perspective?
So June's pretty free. I'm actually at the US Open right now caddying for my teammate, and I get to kind of experience that from a different perspective. And I'm young enough, I'm going to try and play in the US Girls again. I've got a qualifier. That's my only thing in June. And then I'll hopefully be in that in July and maybe the Western and hopefully the Women's Am.
John Marshall, what about you? What's coming up next for you?
My next event is the US Open Sectionals at Piedmont in Atlanta next Monday. And then after that week, I'm playing in the Dogwood Amateur. And then I'll go from the Dogwood, hopefully to Torrey Pines for the US Open. But if not, I'm playing in the Kentucky State Amateur. And then I'll head up to the Northeast Amateur in Rhode Island and then the North-South. And then it kind of slows down after that. And I play the US Amateur qualifier and hopefully the US Amateur. So,
well, I'm so happy for both of you that you got to experience the college golf season as freshmen. And I'm just hoping that you get to experience college life in a bit more normal setting than you had to go through. Forget the golf part of it, the way things played out this past year. And it's fitting on our channel. We have a lot of Kentucky versus Indiana coming up from basketball standpoint. From a golf standpoint last year, Kentucky won, as both of our Kentuckians are joining us here on our in-round interviews. Guys, congratulations. Nobody else can ever be the first winners of this event. And thanks for spending some time with us today. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
Yeah, looks fine.
The 457-yard par 4 18th is one of the best finishing holes in golf. And this closing hole requires the most focus of all the holes. Tee shots must avoid both the lake guarding the entire right side and the deep valley to the left. The large undulating green framed by 3 pot bunkers is classic Pete Dye. The back left pin location is only accessible after an aggressive tee shot that takes on the water hazard.
There you get a look at the 18th hole, and you hear the wonderful sounds of Brian Hammonds, and who was so gracious to be a part of this broadcast last year, and hopefully we'll get Brian back in years to come. Greg Rakestraw, as well as Brent Nickerson with you. Eddie White handling interviews for us. We are in a weather delay. It's about to come to its conclusion here on the ISC Sports Network. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you being with us. About 1:25 is when we entered a weather delay, and it had not rained here at the time, but it was a lightning-based delay. There was a lightning strike that was detected within 7 miles of the facility. That usually means an immediate 30 minutes cessation of play. It's going to be about a 45-minute delay in total. We did have rain here while you're away, but clearly that has stopped as the sun is shining, and we have 2 players that have left to need to putt out to finish their rounds here on the ladies' side, the girls' side. Then we will have 7 more groups left to finish. I believe the last group is playing 13, or they will be when we resume play. One thing we can update you on, and it's a bit unfortunate, still a very good round, but Brooke Bierman, that we were documenting her tremendous round she had going today, double bogeyed 17. We did not have access to that score. Now we do. And she is the one player of the 3 in this group that are on the 18th green that have finished their round today. So she has 70 on the day, 2 under for the day, 6 over for the tournament. She is the clubhouse leader, but again, if she had parred the 17th, would have been a 68 for Brooke, the soon-to-be Michigan State Spartan.
Yeah, absolutely. We just didn't know what she had done, and she played a great 18th hole here, almost made birdie, and still a great round of golf at 70 here today. And another under par round, Bailey Davis, she had 70 as well, so matching 70s for the 2 low rounds of the day for the girls' side. So, but a great tournament for Brooke Bierman, and definitely a very good final round.
The only other under par round currently going in the top 10 is for Kennedy Adams. She is currently in 3rd. She is 1 under on her round today. She is playing the 16th as we speak, so we will see her coming up in a matter of moments. We have putts left to finish the round for both Catherine Schuster and Lexanne Halama. Schuster currently tied for 10th. Halama currently 13th. Schuster +9, Halama at +11. The group behind this one, the boys group, they are standing by their shots awaiting. They'll have to wait for action to clear here on the green. But it looks like we have one player who unfortunately went to the drink right before the horn stopped play. And we have 2 players in the fairway, one of them who hit it about 350 off of the tee.
He absolutely bombed it, and I estimate he only has about 115 yards into this. That's by far the longest drive we've seen of the day. So whatever he used that wind, it kicked up and absolutely annihilated one right down the gut. So he'll have a good look at in good range for a birdie when we return. And you know, sometimes, Greg, these for the players that are struggling, these breaks can be a benefit. So I know most people want to get done, especially these players here on 18. But you know, for some of these players that were struggling a little bit, that break could be something good that happens. So,
well, we have been given the all clear to resume play. This is Halama trying to finish off her round. She and Schuster have yet to finish, and see the fist pump for finishing it in style.
That's tough to sit on that 5-footer.
Lexanne's going to play at Illinois next year. And how about this to finish? Schuster, the native of Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina.
You just like saying that, don't you?
I got good memories of going to the Outer Banks. It's right next to Kitty Hawk, by the way, in case you were wondering. Stop by Duck and Corral on the north end of the Banks next time you go down there, too.
I might need to go down there now and check this out.
Well, congratulations to these young ladies. And again, Bierman and Bailey Davis have the best rounds of the day, and they are both in the clubhouse. Davis is currently T8 at 8 over par, but 70 today. Bierman is T5, again, with others on the course that could potentially back up to her. Lee Chien is our leader. She is going to be a sophomore in high school next year, Irvine, California. She is even on the day, and again, that is with a 2-shot penalty to start her round, but she is 4 shots clear of the leader, or the second place golfer, I should say, and Caitlin Schroeder, who is currently at 3 over. So let's tell you about the trio of golfers that are in the fairway or close to it. So Rylan Wotherspoon, Jordan Wilson, Joshua Ryan. They are the 3 golfers that are due up next. Again, they had hit, all of them had hit their tee shots before the horn sounded. Unfortunately for one, is hitting up from the drop zone position. See just how close to the green he gets. Good safe play. Left it out to the left side in the safety area. That's got the appropriate amount of run where you can just chip that up and over the kind of the rough, that patch that former bunker have some run on the pin. Now move up to our next golfer, who is just off to the right of the fairway in the rough. And we're working on replacing a camera, by the way, that's our fairway camera, so hence the kind of long distance views we're giving you from here. Good contact made out of the rough. Let's see where this one lands and how much can it hold. Perfectly struck golf ball, and watch this thing funnel down.
If it's going to catch it, I don't know if it's going to. It's trying.
It's going to hang up just a little bit, but again, given where that shot was taken from, it's absolutely spectacular. So again, this is by far the long drive of the day.
Yeah, and it's really not even close. I mean, the closest one we had was like about 140 or so. This is from about 115 yards.
It's a good club to restart your round with, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, he's going to be taking dead aim, unlike a lot of these players that have come into this 18th, not being able to take dead aim at the flag. You come in from 115 with a little wedge, you're for sure going to be.
By the way, the next girls group has made their way to the tee box on 18. Bringing this in from his right, our left, and flew it over the green.
Yeah, just a little bit too far. If that stops a little shorter than that, it's going to take some spin and come back towards the hole. Unfortunately, now he's going to have to get up and down from the back rough.
Let's tell you about this trio in terms of how they are scoring today. Wotherspoon, who's going to play at the University of Cincinnati. He'll be a senior in high school from just across the river in Florence, Kentucky. He is 1 over on his round today, and that is through 17. 5-0 for the tournament. He is T8. Joshua Ryan, he is +7 for the tournament, +2 for today. Currently tied for 13th. going to catch up with Brooke Bierman coming up here in just a matter of moments. Who had that fantastic 70 today. And Jordan Wilson, by the way, is also in this group. Young man going to play at Oklahoma State. He is at +5 for the tournament. He is even on his round today. So this group has been very solid. Those are the young men that are on the green. The young ladies that are on the tee box right now include Kennedy Adams, so again, she's 1 under for her round today. Like she was going to 17. Chloe Johnston and Reagan Zobilski. That's the trio of golfers that you see teeing it up currently back on 18.
And that was a perfect tee shot there by Chloe Johnson, right down the middle. Nice and long, should have about 150 yards in or so.
I think Schuster had the best drive we've seen on the ladies' side so far today.
Yeah, that one was bombed. I talked to her about that, and she said, unfortunately, I made bogey, so she was laughing about it.
She had the right perspective on it, though.
Absolutely.
She's like, hey, got to do more with it.
She's not liking this tee shot. She's looking right.
And that's wet.
That one's in the water.
So that will be.
That was Kennedy Adams.
And that's a shame because she had such a good round going, too. It's first to play. And this is his 4th after going in the water off the tee at 18. Perfectly weighted.
Yeah, great play there.
That'll nestle to about 4 or 5 feet away for a very makeable bogey putt.
Yeah, he got enough spin on it, took the check there on the second bounce and hit the brakes and have about 6 feet left.
This is Ryan with his chip attempt. This is his 3rd. Josh going to play at Liberty University. From Norristown, Pennsylvania. Gets a good looking roll there. Great touch.
Very good play there from the back rough. Couple feet left for his par.
Just good solid way for Ryan to finish his round.
And unfortunately, Greg, you look back in the fairway, it looks like 2 of the girls. I know Chloe Johnson hit it right down the middle, so maybe Zabilski and Kennedy Adams both hit it in the water back there on 18.
Rylan Wotherspoon is getting ready to dial up this putt. Mr. Golf in the state of Kentucky last year. Will golf at the University of Cincinnati. So 2 Bearcats in this group of 3. Has the speed judged very well.
Wow, another good putt that didn't go in there by
Good effort.
Wotherspoon.
But a solid 4 to finish his day. So he'll finish at +5. And again, right now that's T8. Good chance that number improves as the day goes along. Get you to it as soon as these guys finish on the.
You heard that, so.
Wilson trying to get in at +6, which would put him in a tie for 11.
See, that's the broadcast there on the stream.
Wow.
This is the putt we've seen miss high quite a bit today. And there it is again.
There's just been kind of a ball or two too much break on both sides.
Yep.
In other words, that putt from there is straighter than the young players think it is.
Yeah, everyone reads break, and it's just not doing it. Majority, we've only seen 1 or 2 miss low, and a couple made. Everything else has missed high.
This is for Ryan to stay at +7 and have a very consistent 3 rounds here at Cricket Stick. 75, 74, and 74. And currently T12. And that number could improve as the round goes along. Just needs that bug to get out of the way.
Yeah.
The nerve. Good finish.
Yeah, good up and down par there from the back rough.
Well done by this entire group, but we've got a young lady that shot a 70 today, and she is standing by with Eddie White.
Thanks, Greg. Joining us right now, Brooke Bierman, headed to Michigan State. Now lives in Missouri. You went 76-76, today 70, tied for the low round among the girls. How'd you do it?
It was just, I came out just ready to go. I bogeyed the first hole, which sort of woke me up, and after that I was just very focused and wanted to attack each pin. I knew the rain was going to soften it up a bit, so that made it easier to understand and place my ball where I needed to go.
You and a lot of your competitors had some challenges these 3 days. You had all kinds of weather. It'd get hot, then it'd get cool, then it got very windy, slightly windy. How do you make adjustments during a round with the weather changes like that?
Yeah, it was definitely difficult, and you had to stay focused and be able to roll with the punches just with the difficult course we were playing. I knew everyone was going through it. So that was definitely in the back of my mind when it started pouring or it started getting really hot. Is everyone's, on the course going through the same thing. So yeah.
And finally, what was this experience like? When someone asks you, what was it like being at the Dye Junior Invitational? What are you going to tell them?
It was awesome. I definitely would. I'm graduated and can't play in it again, but I definitely would recommend anyone that is my age or younger to play in it. It's awesome, and course is amazing. Everyone that runs it is so nice and helpful, and I love that. And I mean, just like I said, amazing course that I'm so thankful we can play here.
Well, great round today.
Thank you.
Good luck at Michigan State.
Thank you.
I think it was a month or two ago, we hosted the Big Ten men's golf tournament. Maybe we'll host the women's tournament instead of the Big Ten. You can come back here to Crooked Stick.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Thanks so much.
Thank
70
you.
today, Greg. 2 under par. Great round by the future Sparty.
Brooke, congratulations, and Eddie, thank you so much. Great job with that interview as per usual. All right, so we are with 7 groups left to finish to complete our day. Make it 6 groups at this point. Kennedy Adams, Chloe Johnson, Reagan Zabilski. And again, 2 of the 3 tee shots ended up heading into the drink.
Yeah, this is Zabilski, and it's just tough. It's almost better to lay up short there. Both players that hit it in the water have hit it at the back left, and then, little they know when they get up here, it's a very, very difficult up and down to even have a chance at saving bogey.
Adams is right now tied for second at +4. Again, that's not counting. We don't have access to her score yet from 17. Zabilski is tied for 11th. She's at +4 for the day, +10 for the tournament. And then Chloe Johnson, the Evansville native. Her sister Faith, by the way, is finished with her round, is tied for 18th. Chloe right now is tied for 8th. There's +2 on her day going to 17. And Chloe will attend Evansville North.
1 more year, right?
Yep. Before heading off to be a Furman Paladin.
Yeah, there's 3 players that are attending Furman here in this field. And I just watched Chloe play last week in the Junior PGA. She got into a playoff and unfortunately lost the playoff, but she played really solid. She's had a great career at Evansville North, and they're used to winning in that program. And You know, she's one of the leaders for sure. Hit a great tee ball here and eyeing her second shot, which is right on line. This is really, really good.
Now, can it hold up? It does. It checks up. Wind may have steered down a little bit longer than she had planned. Well, she's playing a bit of a bump and run to land it front half of the green, let it roll back, but she will have a birdie putt. Again, that birdie could potentially vault her as high as the top 5, depending on how the golfers behind her finish. Again, there are just 6 other of the girl golfers on the field behind this trio of players. Looks like the boys group behind them are now making their way to the 18th tee as well. Reference Chloe Johnson, St. Louis Junior champion, part of the AJGA Junior All-Star team. Reagan Zabilski of this group qualified for the 2019 U.S. Women's Open. She was a Rolex Junior All-American last year. She made the cut in the Women's AM last year as well. She is from Springfield, Missouri. And that hat gives her away. She's going to go play at the University of Arkansas. And Arkansas has been well represented today in this
sure
event.
have, boys and girls. Yep, both. Saw their coaching staff here earlier and was asking how Reagan was doing. They really, really like her game, really like what she's doing. She had a couple 3 putts earlier that kind of got her off the rails a little bit, but they're really, really happy to be getting her in their program.
The trio of boys golfers on the tee, by the way, that is Jay Brooks, Nathan Franks, David Stanford. Those are the 3 golfers you're seeing tee off right now. Zabilski and Adams both having similar difficult shots. We'll get you back to the green as they get closer to playing, but you should get a look at Jay Brooks off the tee here. Brooks tattooed one. So Zabilski to play here first. We've seen this shot a handful of times today. Anything on the green here is a win, and that's about as good as you can do.
That is absolutely as good as you can do.
See if
there.
that comes back a little bit down that hill.
You can't do it much better at all.
Best shot of those we've seen today.
Yep,
not close. As in, those other shots were not close. That one is.
Yep.
So that's a little downhill work from about 5 or 6 feet. So here's Adams, and again, this is important in the context of a leaderboard. Adams was +4 going to 17. 4 shots back in the lead, trying to hold on to second place. Her 4th. And it did not go well.
Tried to hit a flop out of that heavy rough and caught it just a little behind it and hit it fat. Now she has a bunker shot. It's not going to be much easier.
Perhaps Zabilski's shot gave her a false sense of confidence. So even if she holes out, she makes 5 here. I think this is the first person we have seen in this bunker today. Adams from Gallatin, Tennessee. Be a senior in high school next year. Great touch.
Yeah, great play there.
Phenomenal touch. But again, she's got that putt for 6. And you start to lose the facts that are in the frontal lobe of your brain after we have a 45-minute delay, but I still don't think we have seen a number bigger than 6 on this hole today.
Yeah.
So we have seen just 2 birdies. But most everybody in the 4, 5, 6 category.
This is a good look for Chloe Johnson to make a birdie coming out of that break. She's got about 12 feet behind the hole.
Chloe currently T8, depending on what happens on 17 and 18. Just pulled it left.
Yeah, it's going to dive just a little bit low, but a good solid par there to end for Evansville, Indiana native Chloe Johnson.
Well done by Chloe. We will catch up with Chloe after she turns her score in momentarily. So again, Adams for 6. She's able to make this. This will drop her into what would be a tie for 5th. 3 players currently at +6. Only one of them in Bierman is in the clubhouse. So as we said, Bierman's round's just going to keep getting better as the day goes along.
Especially with this wind picking up like it is.
Adams,
putt
big
there.
putt. Yep.
Good save.
In theory, that should keep her in the top 5. And there is great value in that. On a course like this. For Sabilski, this is for her 5. She is just outside the top 10 currently. And she could potentially play in this event next year if she'd like to. Good finish.
Right there, too. Yeah, that's a great up and down.
Well, congratulations, this trio of young ladies. We're going to have action pretty continuously here because the boys group is all in the fairway waiting to attack the green, and there will be a girls group heading to the tee box right behind them. So this trio of young men, Jay Brooks, Nathan Franks, David Stanford, the ones you're about to see in the fairway. Stanford T8. Brooks also tied for 8th. Franks tied for 11th. Brooks and Franks both +5 on the day. Stanford T2, or 2 over, I should say, on the day. Stanford going to go to Virginia Tech. Brooks headed for Florida. Franks going to South Carolina. It looks like we got another golfer that is going sans caddy. I've seen a couple of those today. What are you gauging distance-wise here, Coach?
Yeah, it looks like it's about 165 yards.
And swirling winds to deal with, too.
The wind blowing off of his right shoulder and helping, so I would expect the mist to blow left if there is one, but
he's flying this one up the right side and lands left perfectly.
Great
Look at
shot.
that thing just dance. Birdie putt from maybe 12 feet away.
Yeah, that was a perfect judge and of the distance there. It took the spin. It just didn't quite go down the hill like he wanted it to, but that's a great shot.
That is David Stanford you're looking at on your screen. Always appreciate the kids that have made college commitments. Wearing their college gear makes it much easier for us to spot whom they are. And just off that first cut, that ball will nestle down nicely, and it will follow directions.
This could be really good.
Maybe the best shot on this green all day. Look at that. Look at that.
Great shot there.
And that should be the 3rd birdie of the day we have seen at 18.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Outstanding. Shows you how fine the margins are at this Pete Dye course. Here's Stanford.
He's taking it in from right to left. He took it out over the water. Another great shot. Did it sit?
Yep.
It
We'll
is.
back up just a little bit.
Yep.
So we have 3 on the dance floor. We have 3 birdie putts, and one of those is of the kick-in range.
Yeah, I think I can make that one.
Please, let's take one more look at what has been the best approach of the day. And again, that's from the second cut of rough.
Yeah, and it is. It just caught up on the fringe, but he caught it up in a perfect spot. It's just going to take the slope, and it picks up speed, which it needed to. Just gets down there to a foot or so. What a great shot.
It's one of those where you could take that shot 100 times.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure you've hit that spot again. Just the way that it worked out. So, while those players head towards the green, let's go back to the tee box now.
That's Barrientos.
This is the next to last group of the day on the girls' side. Melina Barrientos is going to play for Clemson. Carissa Shang and Caroline Tuttle, who spent her Thursday and Friday in the San Francisco area playing in the U.S. Women's Open.
Yeah, how fun would that be? I know she missed the cut, and then she came here to play in the Dye Junior, but wow, what an experience for that young lady to play in the U.S. Open.
Well, let's also reference the fact that Mega Gane was slated to play in this event and got a pretty good excuse as to why she didn't. The 17-year-old was the low end with the Women's Open this weekend,
Yeah,
so she was playing in San Francisco through Sunday.
That's all she did, huh? I mean, she captured the whole nation, and she was having genuine fun while she was out there too. That's what everybody kept talking about. She loved the experience. She loved the crowds, and she said it in a few of her interviews. And you could tell she was just a happy teenager to be out playing golf, and happened to be in a U.S. Open in the final pairing on the final day.
Finished tied for 14th.
That'll open up some huge doors for her. You know, she's going to get some more exemptions and things like that. So, pretty exciting upcoming summer for that young lady.
So we'll get you back to, we'll catch up with them when they make it to the fairway. So everybody putting here. Say about David Stanford, 2019 Virginia Junior State Champion. He was the 2020 State Am runner-up. And he won the AGGA Open at Longleaf.
Probably the 3 best combined shots we've seen
Easily
all day. Yeah.
You had to go back to the first twosome that both gave themselves looks from 10 to 15 feet away. Nathan Franks of this group. Roebuck, South Carolina. Won the Mimosa Hills Junior Championship in 2020. At the AGGA Players event, he was 7th in 2019. Stanford for birdie. Left that one out to the right.
Yep.
And he will finish with a par. That will have him tee 8th. Solid top 10 for the young man from Vienna, Virginia. So here's Roebuck. Or Franks, I should say, from Roebuck, South Carolina. He was 1 under in his second round yesterday. He has a birdie to finish his round today, and that kind of shrugged because it's a birdie to finish with a 76. It's his worst round of the tournament. However, that bumps him up from T11 to tied for 8th. Temporarily puts him in a top 10 scenario, and here's the easiest birdie putt we have seen all day. Taps it in.
Yep.
So Brooks finishes with a birdie as well, and he will jump up to a tie for 7th at +5. Brooks went 71, 74, 75. And now Stanford.
Good solid 4 to finish for him.
2 birdies and a par. That's by far the best trio of scores we have seen today. 4 birdies, and 2 of them you just saw here on 18. Congratulations to those young men finishing their day at the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational. We are down to 4 groups left to go. Barrientos is in this group. She was lamenting her putting stroke to you during the weather delay.
She's a great young lady, a lot of fun to be around, and got to know her last year. We played in a practice round with them, and future teammate of Annabelle Pancake at Clemson, and said she was hitting it very well today, just couldn't make anything. So she told us she'd try to make one here on 18 for us, so we'll see what happens.
I'd hate to see her when she's making stuff because she's currently second in the tournament.
Yeah.
She's +4.
Very solid player, and striped it here off 18 as well. So
Carissa Shang is tied for 4th in the tournament, +6. Caroline Tuttle is tied for 8th at +8 through 3 rounds.
tough shot here. First cut of rough from about 170 yards.
Perfectly struck.
Yeah, tough for most people, not for her.
Won't catch the full ridge, but got the forward roll she was hoping for. And again, puts you in solid par territory. Tuttle one of 31 amateurs in the field at the Women's Open. Shot 12 over in her 2 rounds at the Olympic Club. Tuttle and her dad got to Indianapolis at 3 a.m.
Is that right?
On Sunday.
Wow. That kind of tells you the respect these players have for this tournament, and to come play here at Crooked Stick, to hop on a plane and get here at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning to come play in this event. That's awesome.
Headed for the center of the green. How much roll will it get? Not enough.
Yeah, it's not going to run out there, but another good solid shot. This is a big swing here for Marlena Barrientos. She's in second place at 4 over.
Atlanta has shot a 61 during her competitive days. 4-time winner on the AJGA Tour, and she pulled that one left. Again, it's still a putt, but she'd like to have that one a little more online, I'm sure.
Yeah, it only shows her through 16 on the scoreboard, but she did make par on 17. I got word of that, so she is still at 4 over for the tournament. So a 2-putt here will almost, not quite, but almost guarantee her a spot or a share of second place.
You have an inside source on that?
I just got a message from Libby Pancake standing over here, and she said she made par on 16.
By the way, Carissa Shang, that's also part of this group. She is undecided in terms of her college plans. She is from Calabasas, California. She will be a high school senior next year. So this group heading towards the green. Three more groups on the course. By the way, Li Qian has backed up a little bit. She is at +2.
Now this putt for Milena becomes even more important, especially with 17, 18 still to play. So, as we said, anything can happen on this golf course. So, a 2-putt here by Barrientos would go a long way.
Looks like there are players just getting to the tee box on 17, so we will have a little bit of a gap here. So, Eddie, if you got somebody you want to find, go right ahead. We have time for you.
Greg Barrientos is doing this in spite of her caddy. She's got Annabelle Pancake on the back. I can give her a hard time. She gives me a hard time all 24/7. So
you still have time for a lesson today? Or?
We are working after we're done here, and she's getting ready to play in the Indiana State Amateur, and it was fun caddying for her last year. She got third place. Just a great young lady, and obviously Mom and Dad have the pedigree with good golf, and Tony and Libby, and the joke in their house is Alabama versus Clemson every year in football. So we'll see if the duo here can get a good read on this putt.
And how cool is this? You get to play and have a soon-to-be college teammate be your caddy.
Yeah, that's really cool. And they're such good friends. And as we said, we played with them in a practice round last year, and I think she might have even spent the night at Pancake's house. I can't remember, but I know they're close and want to get a good read here on this last putt on 18.
Two putts to more than likely, at worst, lock up second.
Yeah, this putt will pick up speed as it goes over that ridge, so has to be a little careful of this pace.
In other words, don't get greedy and think about 3.
Exactly. And doesn't look like she did. This is a pretty good pace right here. It's a good line too. Great roll there by Barrientos.
Outstanding 2-putt. And not done yet, but close enough you feel confident about the putt from that range.
Yeah, she's going to go ahead and finish out. Try to get in the clubhouse at 4 over. She does.
So we have a new clubhouse leader. Shang at 6 over. Tuttle at 8 over. There's not as much impact for these last 2 golfers in terms of the likely lead, but both hoping to solidly stay in the top 10.
Looks like she might have played it high enough. One of the few that has. Great looking
Look at
putt
the read.
Here. Yeah, very good read there by Tuttle.
By the way, I'm digging the fact that Dad is rocking the San Francisco Giants cap after being at the U.S. Open this weekend. Good job, Dad.
Yep.
Tuttle from Florida taps that home. So we have her at 8 over and not knowing what 17 held for her. Here's Shang. Good look.
It's got to settle down just a bit. It's going to run by about 3 feet. Yep. This is so easy to knock that putt past. We've seen it all day long.
Has a little more work left to do. That's Carissa. You know, it's interesting when we get these bio notes and so many players, you know, just list, hey, I've won this tournament. Hey, I'm going to this school. Carissa puts 2-time concert master for her high school orchestra.
Wow.
I like that.
Yeah, well-rounded kid.
Also has raised $19,000 in terms of charitable efforts for the
That's awesome.
ACE grant program. See if she can clean up with a par here. And does.
She does.
So solid pars all the way around for this group. Congratulations to these young ladies. And again, Barrientos might have an interesting wait for a couple 3 holes.
Yeah, absolutely. That 2-putt was big for her.
Eddie White is standing by with a very talented young golfer who fired an even par 72 today. Eddie.
Thanks, Greg. We have Kennedy Adams, even par 72 today. That's one of the better scores out here. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good about it really well today, and I didn't give myself a whole lot of birdie chances, but when I had them, I made them, so that was pretty important. And
I would have liked to have finished with a par on 18, finished with a double, so my round could have been better. But overall, it was a solid day, and I had fun this week. So.
Did the course change much from round 1 to round 3 with all the different weather changes, hot, cold, rain, no rain?
Well, it did rain both days, and the wind, it was pretty windy both days too, so I wouldn't say it changed a whole lot. Pretty much played the same all 3 rounds.
Now, you're headed to the University of Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
And here in Central Indiana, there's a couple people that went to Tennessee that we kind of like. One's named Peyton Manning, you may have heard of him, and the other was Tamika Catchings. So how excited are you to go and play golf for the Vols?
I'm super excited. The facilities there are amazing, and it's such a special place, and I'm really excited to be there and be from Tennessee, so that'll be pretty cool.
Last thing, what was this experience like being here at the Dye Invitational and being here at Crooked Stick?
Yeah, this is my second year here. I played last year, which was the first year of the Dye Invitational, and Crooked Stick is such a special place, lots of history, and you walk around the clubhouse and you see all the low scores that all these pros shoot, and you go out and play it, and it's super hard, and it seems impossible to shoot those numbers, but it's pretty cool.
Well, there's another course down in Tennessee that Mr. Dye did called the Honors.
Yes.
That's not a bad course either.
It's very good.
Well, good luck to you at Tennessee, and great round today, even par. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, Greg.
Eddie, great work. Kennedy, congratulations, and thanks for joining us for a second consecutive year on the outskirts of Indianapolis. She is right now in 3rd place. Take a look at the leaderboard for the girls. And there's one more group on the course. Li Qian is a part of that. She is 2 over again. Her lead has been 3 or 4 shots really for most this round. Now it's backed up to 2. You see Barrientos and Adams are in the clubhouse at 4 and 5. So is Bierman at 6. So Barrientos is our clubhouse leader, but now with a 2-shot lead, certainly something could be possible as far as a potential change in the girls' leaderboard. And congratulations to Bailey Davis. She was out in the front half of the field today. Her 2 under 70 puts her in the top 10 for this event. And the next group will be the boys group that is finishing the 17th as we speak. That group includes Jake Peacock, Nicholas Gross, and Luke Poulter. And what is very unique on the boys' side is that literally the top 6 scores are all still on the course in the boys' division. So you see that group finishing up there. Pope is currently solo 2nd at 1 over. Peacock is in solo 3rd at 2 over. Nicholas Gross tied for 4th at 3 over. And Luke Poulter is solo 6th at 4 over. And again, Luke is playing with a significant wrap on that left knee. Suffered a knee dislocation. Took an awkward landing, celebrating a shot that he thought he might have holed on what was his last hole of 36 yesterday. And he has gutted through the round, playing hurt at 3 over par, playing the 17th as we speak.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever heard of a story like that where you have to call an ambulance in, have him go out to the fairway and work on a kid and have groups pass him and end up finishing that round. And now back here for the final round of the tournament. You have to give him a lot of credit and a lot of guts. And, you know, just unique story. It adds to the history here, the Dye Junior Invitational at Crooked Stick. But I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that.
And let's talk about Dad for a little bit. That, of course, being Ian, now 45 years of age, 3 wins on the PGA Tour, 12 wins on the European Tour. He has top 10 finishes in 3 of the 4 majors. His best finish in U.S. Open is tied for 12th. But if you ask an American golf fan about Ian Poulter, Ryder Cup is immediately what comes to mind.
Absolutely, and just tough-minded and tough-nosed, and you always want him on your team if you're in the Ryder Cup. You know, I know we're from the U.S. here, but it's always fun watching him in the Ryder Cup, and just what a great competitor he is. He was always a fan favorite, and getting his team fired up and his fans fired up, and he just thrived in that moment. And I'm sure he's passed that down to his son as well, and obviously he's showing his toughness here this week. And again, I don't know how he's doing it out there with a dislocated knee yesterday afternoon, but he's still out there plugging away.
So we have all of 3 groups remaining on the course. It's Peacock, Poulter, and Gross, the trio that are playing 17. Then on the girls' side, Chien, Schroeder, and Huber. Then the final trio, including the boys' leaders, Drew Wrightson, Caden Pope, and Nick Dunlap. Let's go back to Eddie White, who is standing by with a very special guest.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, a very special guest. Our second caddy of the day, too. And our second caddy from Carmel, really Zionsville. The great Annabelle Pancake. Annabelle, you're playing at Clemson now. You played in this event last year. Today you caddied. Your player from Clemson, a future teammate, played well. First of all, I want to ask you, what was the experience like last year playing in the first one of these when you basically grew up here?
It was amazing. Like, the coolest experience. Like, a dream come true, honestly. Like, to get to compete at your home course and play pretty good and play with all your buddies, like, it was just so fun. And the weather was great. I remember that. Like, it was a blast. Loved it.
And then you've had a year of people that you've run into at different tournament stops who played here or kids that, like, were hoping to play this year. What was that like hearing feedback about your place, and what feedback did you hear?
It was so cool. People were like, that course is insane. No wonder you're, like, not bad.
Yeah.
Like, the facilities, everything, like, is amazing. And people loved the tournament. I mean, I told my dad, like, you all worked so hard, and it was worth it because people loved it and want to come back for sure.
Last year you had a bunch of Clemson kids out here. This year you had a bunch of Clemson kids. What's going on? Is there a direct pipeline here from all these Clemson kids are coming right from here to Clemson?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, I'm shocked. My dad was like, "Oh yeah," because he's an Alabama grad.
We know that he doesn't like Clemson.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think he still roots for him. So, but hopefully we can get more girls here and then go to Clemson. That would be awesome.
Well, he may not root for Clemson's football team, but I guarantee you he roots for Clemson's women's golf team, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks so much for stopping, and good luck at Clemson next year.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Greg.
Thank you very much, buddy. And again, what time does the lesson start if the broadcast ends at, say, 4 o'clock?
Probably about right after the awards at 4:04. Maybe she'll be out getting back to work, getting ready for that Indiana State Amateur. But, her player, Barrientos, did a great job today and sits in solo second right now with still a chance to win. You never know what can happen with some tough holes to play, with some hazards still to maneuver around for the leaders. So great job by those two today.
Golfers are heading towards the 18th tee. So, again, it is Peacock, Gross, and Poulter in this group. Drew Wrightson, by the way, has now stretched his lead to 6.
Wow.
He just eagled the 15th.
That is a big – he birdied 10 and 11, has now eagled the 15th. So 3 under on the day now through 15, and looks like he's going to go out and try to win this. Obviously, goal going in, being the hometown kid and a member here, and worked so hard. 3 under now. What an eagle. What a timed eagle there for Drew Wrightson.
So of this group that is heading to the tee, kind of give you Dad's credentials for Luke Poulter. Let's tell you about his. He was 7th this year in the golf rankings for those that play high school golf in the state of Florida. Finished T6th in the Billy Horschel Junior Championship. By the way, I love how every PGA player has their own junior event.
Yeah.
And he finished 6th in the Sergio and Angela Garcia Foundation Championship as well. While these guys are teeing off, let's kick it back to Eddie White. We've got another local product that played in today's event. Eddie.
Carmel standout. Now, I got to get this right. Listen to this, Greg. Freshman at Carmel, you just turned, I had to write this down, 15 in March.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even drive yet?
No.
And you just turned 15.
Yeah.
And you just shot a 79. Under these conditions, at
Mhm.
Crooked Stick. I don't like you. I'm terrible. Listen to this. Her goal today was, your goal was?
To shoot 70s each round.
And today, what did you do on the last hole?
I've made a 15-foot putt to shoot 79.
So it was for a birdie.
Yes.
So what was this experience like? I mean, you just when I was a freshman in high school, I was a senior in high school, didn't accomplish anything. But your freshman year in high school, you finished runner-up in our state championship.
Yes.
And you still have 3 years left of high school. And then 4 years of college, and then the pros. But I got to ask you, what was it like playing against some of the best female junior players in the country the last couple of days?
It was really good. It was a great experience, and I got to see what I need to work on to improve as a player and to help me for the next 3 years that I hopefully can play in this event.
What do you consider as the strength of your game?
I would say my short game. I got up and down a lot the past 3 days from positions where I didn't really expect to get up and down, so that helped me a lot.
The experience of being, you look, there was only a couple Indiana kids in this event, just 2. And, well, no, 4. You had 2 from Southern Indiana and 2 from here, but that's it. Everybody else was from around California and all these other places. What was it like for you being an Indiana kid playing in this very important event?
It was great because I felt like I got to represent my area from the state and show like my skills for the people around the country.
Well, you are obviously on your way to a wonderful high school career and then a collegiate career. Are there already colleges bothering you and wanting you to have an interest in them?
They can't like talk to me until I think my sophomore summer.
Oh, okay.
So
those that are talking to you, we don't want to talk about because they probably shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
You know, I was a freshman in college and my college wouldn't talk to me. I mean, that's how bad I was. Here you are. You're going to have, oh boy, your dad's going to get inundated with cards and letters and all kinds of stuff. Thank you so much for coming by. Congratulations on accomplishing your goal today at Crooked Stick. And I'm assuming we'll see you here next year?
Thank you.
And like the year after?
I hope so.
Oh my goodness gracious. You may become a regular here. Take a wonderful round and good luck at Carmel next year. Greg, how about that? She just turned 15. My 7-iron is 15. Oh my God. Back to you, Greg.
Thanks, buddy. Michaela, congratulations.
Thank you.
We told Mom yesterday, hey, be ready. We're going to talk to her after the round,
Absolutely.
kind of
She
regardless of how
deserves
she
it.
does as a local player. But I love that. Goal setting, hey, I want to break 80 today. And you make a 15-footer to do it. That'll stay with her for the rest of her life.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a tough competitor, and even though she just turned 15 and she's soft-spoken, she's a true competitor. She doesn't want to lose, and she wants to accomplish any goal that she sets out to accomplish, and that was her goal this week. She knew realistically that's a great score for her in this setting, in this tough tournament, and she did it. And that's an impressive way to finish it and accomplish a goal is to make a 15-footer.
Let's tell you some more about some of the young men playing in this group. We're going to feature on the 18th hole Nicholas Gross. He is going to be a high school sophomore next year. You saw on the graphic. Not committed to a school yet as a sophomore. He won the Hope Valley Junior Invitational last year. He has won the Nota Begay Junior Golf National Championship. He won the 13 and under division. When he won that, he was 18 under and won by 13 strokes.
Wow.
That's like Tiger Woods territory.
18 under.
When you're doing that. He has 2 wins on the AJGA Tour, and he has 3 times been a runner-up. By the way, Poulter bogeyed 17. We have updated scores from 17 for these players. Nicholas Gross is 3 over on his round today. 4 over for the tournament. Jake Peacock, again, I'm not sure that Drew Wrightson's going to be caught at this point, but he is trying to wrap up solo second. Young man from Milton, Georgia, is going to go play at Western Carolina University. 72-73, and he is shooting even par today. So again, it tells you he is getting the max out of his golf game. Very consistent over these 3 rounds.
Yeah, it looks like one of these players has hit it in the water, so back at the drop area. The other 2 look like they found the fairway. Looked like Poulter might have hit a fairway wood.
I believe that is Nicholas Gross that unfortunately is in the drink. That is correct. So Poulter is a little further back in the fairway. You would understand that. Would you wager a guess as to how many yards he would lose off the tee today?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fight through a knee injury.
Yeah, I don't know how much weight. It looked like he swung okay there, but he's got to be a little reluctant to put that weight on that plant leg and transferring that weight on that left side. So I don't know. It didn't look like he wanted to go after anything really hard right there. He hit a fairway wood and didn't go after it too hard. So, I really don't know. I'd probably have to ask the doctors that took care of him, but I know they were very thankful that there were doctors on site that ran straight to him, and the emergency staff got to him. And got the kneecap set back in place and got him wrapped up, and so he could go finish that putt. And I'm sure he got some ice on it last night. And he's back out here competing. It's pretty impressive.
Looks like Poulter is going to play first, and he's much further back on the fairway as Gross readies for his shotter. We flashed a graphic at you that said he had not committed. Well, that was as of last week, because in the last couple of days that has changed.
Yeah, I believe he has now, right?
He is wearing Florida Gator gear.
Yep.
As he is going to play in his adopted home state of Florida. Again, dad from England, but like most everyone that plays the PGA Tour, you call Florida home.
Not really sure what the delay is right here. I guess he's still taking his drop back there. He's got about 230 yards to the pin.
He's at the wind at his back currently.
Yeah, I would expect him to probably play it short. Most of the people that have tried to knock it on from there have come up back left, and it's impossible up and down from back here. So.
Potential club change there,
Yep,
too.
Absolutely. Caddy brought him a different club.
You see the elevation change from our camera perspective in the middle of a fairway.
Wow, what a shot.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he flew that probably 215, 220 over the water.
The fact that he got that to stop in the fashion in which he did. So again, unfortunately, that's his third, but
yep.
takes the big number out of play. Hope for a 2-putt, take your 5, and wrap up a top 10 finish. Poulter playing quickly. Now will that settle? It will, and just hang up there on the edge. Will it come back a little bit?
It's going to get back on the green, but
will not take the right turn we saw from the young man in the previous boys group that did it about absolutely as well as you could. So Jake Peacock is who you're looking at now. And again, Jake is trying to finish strong to secure second place. A birdie here would get him back to even par for the day, or for the tournament, rather. He's 5 shots back of Drew Wrightson, but a shot clear of both Nick Dunlap and Caden Pope. And those players are playing 16 as we speak. In fact, I think those guys are actually heading to the 17th tee right now. We're going to get to Eddie White here quickly after we see Jake Peacock's effort from the fairway.
Yeah, and he has to be thinking right now he has to take dead aim. He's hit a good tee shot here. He knows he's trailing. And whether he finishes runner-up or third, obviously it makes a difference, but he's here to win a tournament. I'm sure he's going to go pin seeking right here.
Following it. Left that just a bit short. He's going to want to have done more with that. Again, he's on the green. Now the plan is to try to play for 2 and secure second place. Let's quickly check in with Eddie White, with another young man that went under par in today's final round.
Thanks, guys. I got Jackson Buchanan here from Georgia, and he's headed to the University of Illinois. Before I ask you about that, 71 today. Not a lot of scores in the red this afternoon with all the weather and the stoppage.
Yeah.
How'd you do it, man?
Well, I came into the round I played horrible the first 2, so I just came in, went at pins, and the booster was the eagle on 15. I got things going after that. And then I birdied 18, which is a nice birdie the way he was playing today. And I just made a lot of pars on the back, 1 bogey. And it was definitely a little scramble, but it didn't feel like a 71.
Did you do anything differently for the people watching that, they may be playing in their club championship, whatever, and they have a bad first round or second round? How do you flip that switch?
It takes experience, I would say. I've played bad in so many rounds at tournaments like these where I just have to learn and react to those bad rounds and just understand that at the end of the day it's golf. And I got my dad caddying, so that was fun, but just have to
And finally,
perspective, you know.
here's a kid down in Georgia coming up here to the Midwest. Now,
Yeah.
the weather up here, Indiana, Illinois, is a little different than Georgia, just to let you know.
Yeah.
But what
I
a
was born
great
up here.
program. Oh, you're born? Where you born?
South Bend, right on
So
Notre
you're a
Dame.
native Hoosier? How about that? I picked up a native Hoosier on the broadcast. You're kidding me.
I lived there for maybe a year and a half.
No kidding. I knew I liked this guy from Notre Dame country. I love it.
yeah.
Hey, good luck to you at Illinois, and congratulations
Thank
on a
you.
great round today. Back to you guys.
I'm just amazed that Eddie ended the interview without dropping his Notre Dame
Yeah,
ties
I
and
thought he would.
references.
As soon as he heard South Bend, yeah.
That was an open invitation right there. Congratulations, young man, on a great final round. Again, you're seeing this is the last girls group on the tee. And Chien was 2 shots ahead of Barrientos going to 17. We have not seen them report a score on 17 yet. You've not missed anything on the green in terms of putts. But in terms of the overall tournament, the leader, and then Schroeder and Huber are tied for 5th.
And if you look over here, everybody's looking at cell phones trying to figure out where everybody stands. And Barrientos obviously is a interested spectator over there. She's wondering she might want to start warming up for a playoff just in case, but as of right now, she stands 2 behind through 16.
So we will keep an eye on the automated score system to see if that will change. Caitlin Huber on the tee. She is 14. Freshman in high school, as you see from Gainesville, Florida. Scores have just updated. Chien
tied,
doubled 17.
And we are tied.
So we have a tie for the lead in the women and the girls division. And Barrientos in the clubhouse at 4 over. We'll keep you posted as to what happens here. So back to the 18th green. And these are all birdie putts you're seeing here. And Peacock is at 1 over. Trying to secure solo second.
See if he plays this high enough. He looks like he is. He's aimed out quite a bit to the left. We've seen this one dive low. Looks like he played it a bit too hard, but he did play the right amount of break.
Yep. He'll have that for solo second, at least as of now.
Greg, is there any word on where the playoff goes? I have not heard. I assume here on 18, but if there is a playoff for the girls' division, does it come back here?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Given the fact that's where our cameras are.
Yeah, me too. That's I like to watch it here.
By the way, Wrightson is up to 5 under as he birdied 16.
Wow. What a run on this back 9 for Drew Wrightson.
Dunlap also birdied 16, so he and Peacock are tied for second. This is Gross. This is his 4th. He was in the water.
This looks really good.
Went to school on the last putt. Ooh. Oh, my goodness.
Just dove low. What a great putt.
So he will temporarily drop from 5th to a tie for 6th. But for the young man that's class of 2024, he is easily in the top 10 of this event. Now, Poulter has 2 putts to stay top 6 or better. So the drama for the championship on the boys' side seemingly is taken care of.
Yeah, if Drew Wrightson can just hit land on those last couple holes, he'll be fine. Big 2-putt here for Poulter.
Poulter has 3 putts to stay in the top 10. That one funnels to the hole.
Good speed.
Great read. a little bit of work left to do to finish his round off with in what would be a 4-over round, but considering what he's dealing with. And he had a 69 in that second round yesterday. He was able to tap in with a bum knee for a birdie to finish at 3 under. If Wrightson can finish par, he'll have the best round of the tournament. And they are playing 17 as we speak. As soon as these players putt out, we'll go right to the fairway. Eddie, if you could find out or instruct them to put the playoff, if there is one, for the girls on 18. So unfortunately, Peacock will drop a stroke temporarily out of second place into a tie for third at 2 over. But for Peacock, he just finished his tournament 72, 73, 73.
That's very solid out here. Very solid anywhere, let alone Crooked Stick in these conditions. Very solid play this week.
The Catamounts are getting a player.
Yes, they are.
Poulter for par. Well, clearly that young man has some of his father's toughness. Playing through you hear some of you see the applause from the limited gallery we have here today. Able to finish what he started in this tournament. And Gross for his 5. And finishes that out. Solid day for this trio, and they all finish with inside of the top 8. Just 2 groups left on the course. Final boys group is on the 17th green. Final girls group is in the fairway. To your point, a few moments ago, I saw Melina Barrientos kind of chatted up with friends along the fairway. She's no longer there. She is now hitting balls, hitting putts, doing something.
She's going to have to stay loose just in case.
All 3 drives found the fairway here. Chien, a birdie to win it. No worse than par to stay in it. Chien, Schroeder, and Huber, this trio of players. Look at this roll. Look at this roll.
Great shot there to get it back in that right corner.
Kind of no way to stop it, that wind behind you, but still. That was a risky ball flight along the right edge.
This is a big shot coming up right here from about 164, 65 yards.
And again, Lee had a 2-stroke penalty during the first rainstorm back on the second hole that had maintained a 3 or 4 shot lead for most of the day, but has been leaking oil down the stretch. This one, though,
right
absolutely dead solid perfect.
What a great shot.
She will have that putt to win the tournament. She'll have that look to win it.
Well, when the heat's on, champions come out. That was a very, very good shot there. Perfectly judged distance.
Here is Schroeder. By the way, of note, our final 3 competitors are all 16 years and under, and all of them undecided in terms of potential college choices. And frankly, Schroeder at +5 has to be thinking birdie to get into the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. She has to be taking dead aim right here. Looks like it might be turning a little left.
Gives it a look, and
no, it didn't.
It stayed
she
out.
Pulled it out. Yeah, absolutely. It stayed out there.
So it will not be an easy putt, but it is a putt nonetheless. And
she'll have a look.
It's easy to see why that group is amongst the final 3 on the course.
And Barrientos has not gone anywhere. She's a spectator over here watching that great shot in there by Chien.
Well, what you feel Chien did is took 5 out of play.
Yeah.
With that shot.
She hit a good one. Yep. It's either going to be a win for Chien or a playoff. And, you know, the unfortunate situation happened on that front 9 where she was penalized 2 shots as her caddy kept the umbrella over her as she putted out, which is a 2-shot penalty. So.
Li Chien. She's won the Stacey Lewis Junior All-Star Invitational on the AJGA Tour in each of the last 2 years. She won the California Women's Championship. And she was first team Rolex Junior All-American last year. Has certainly played like that today.
We have a pretty big gallery and crowd starting to gather around this 18th green as people wanting to watch Chien and Huber and Schroeder, as well as Drew Wrightson, who stands on 18 tee box. What great shots in here under the gun.
Yep. Schroeder has to hole hers.
Yep.
Chien has 2 putts to get it to a playoff, 1 to win it outright. So with that, Huber will go first. Huber can bump up 1 position in terms of how she finishes. Currently solo 7th. Can tie for 6th, but left that one short. So we're in a solid top 10 for the youngest competitor in the field on the women's side, or on the girls' side. Again, you go by length of putt, but obviously from a drama/scoring standpoint, also very fitting as the putting surface reserved now for the 2 players that have a chance at the championship. It has to make this. What a putt.
She did.
What
a
a
huge putt.
So we know there will be a playoff.
Not necessarily.
Elite crew. At least 2 are at
Yeah.
+4. Correct.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here.
But Chien trying to end this right now.
Great drama here on 18. What a big putt that was.
Either it's a 3-way playoff or it's no playoff. The answer is it's no playoff.
No playoff. What
We've
a
got
big
a winner.
birdie.
There is your champion right there. Probably made that a little more suspenseful than she had planned over the last few holes.
Yeah, well, that and the 2-shot penalty early in the round. So great for that young lady to bounce back from the tough penalty and come back. And a huge birdie there on 18 by both of those two young ladies.
So congratulations to Lee Chien, your winner. Huber finishes with a par. And how about this? The last group of the day. Birdie, birdie, par.
Yep.
We had one boys group earlier do it, but given the fact that championships were on the line, my goodness. And given the fact that there were a pair of doubles on the back nine for our winner mixed in, to be able to rally and birdie at the end, my goodness, what a shot.
Drew Wrightson, he'll come to 18 with a 5-shot lead.
By the way, let's go over the scorecard for Lee Chien. Doubled 15, doubled 17. So gave back a 4-shot lead in the final 4 holes, and then birdies to win it on 18.
What a huge shot that was. I mean, that's tough under any circumstances, but when you know the tournament's on the line, you're 165 yards or so out, water on the right, having to try to force a playoff, and instead she stuffs it in there at 8 feet and makes it for the championship. Give her all the credit in the world. What a gutsy performance there on 18 by Chien.
So to your point, you referenced Drew Wrightson coming to the 18th fairway with a 4-shot lead. He did bogey 17. But as you so eloquently put, you find dry land, you're in good shape on the last 2 holes.
Yeah, and there's nobody walking back to the drop area, so he's in good shape there. And you know, you look at his scorecard on this back nine. He's got 3 birdies and an eagle on the back nine when you're trying to win a championship, and that's what makes it special, and that's what champions do, and that's exactly what Drew Wrightson's done today. And the future Baylor Bear is going to, barring some catastrophe here, is going to walk away with this championship, and it's his back nine that did it. As we said, he's 4 under on this back nine through 8 holes. It's impressive stuff.
Nick Dunlap is in this group. He is at 1 over for the tournament. He is playing for solo second. And Caden Pope is currently in a tie for third. Pope is 3 over on his day. Dunlap is 1 over on his day. And again, Wrightson 3 under for his day. And we do plan to bring you quick conversations with both the boys and girls champion before we wrap up our broadcast day on the ISC Sports Network. As we have been going for about 6 hours with a 45-minute rain delay in the middle. I want to thank our tremendous crew, and it certainly has been a pleasure to bring you these images of this just glorious golf course. Certainly plan on being back here at this time again next year for the 3rd installment of this event.
Yeah, this is a great event. I can see this becoming one of the more premier, if it's not already, one of the more prestigious or premier junior events in the country, with just 33 on each side. And it a tribute to Pete and Alice Dye and exactly what they wanted out of this golf course and their amateur careers. This is a very, very special event. And, you know, it's my first time being here with you, obviously, and I know you well, but it's great for your network to bring it to people across the country and families, and what you guys do for junior golf around the country. Thank you guys for doing this.
Let's tell you about Drew Wrightson. 5 top 5 finishes on the AJGA Tour, 11 top 10s. He has won 13 times on the Golf Week Tour. That should check up and absolutely stuck to the back half of the green.
Yeah, just a great shot there. We've seen so many good shots here late in the day. It's not this easy. I mean, that's a tight little area back there in this back right corner. There is a funnel back there, but you have to hit it precise, and he's done just that. Great shot there.
Caden Pope and Jake Peacock. There's going to be Caden Pope rounding out this group. As part of the Kentucky High School Team State Champs from Lexington, Kentucky. He'll be a junior this coming year, and he's going to follow our champ from Kentucky from last year, John Marshall Butler, and go play at Auburn University. This one just will trickle into the bunker, and frankly, it's better off being in that bunker than being on the high side.
It's going to be a tough shot regardless, but I'd rather be in the bunker, get a little bit of spin than be in that heavy rough. We haven't seen many get close from there at all.
So here's Dunlap. Huntsville, Alabama. Will be a high school senior. Going to go to Tuscaloosa. Has shot a 59 on a round at his young age.
Right at it.
This will just trickle towards the back.
It's a good shot right at it. Just hard to stop it. Just flew it a little bit too far. It's a little hard to judge out of that heavy rough, but a good shot. Just off the back edge.
So one more time, thank our tremendous crew. We'll get to that in a matter of moments, but we have a winner, and she is standing by with Eddie White.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, our champion. You know, it's 2,063 miles from Irvine, California to Carmel, Indiana. You traveled 2,000 miles. Lee Chien wins our championship. How'd you feel coming down the stretch? Because they started to leak a little oil, and then a tremendous approach shot, and what a beautiful putt to win the championship.
Yeah, I mean, I was having a little trouble at the end because of the weather delay. But I had a good approach shot, and my putt was pretty straight, so I just committed to it and it fell, which is good.
That was not an easy putt. You're being humble here. That was a pretty good distance, especially with all the pressure. You knew if you make that putt, you're the champion of the Dye Junior.
Yeah, my dad told me in the fairway, he said that I was tied for first, so I had to make the birdie to win.
You played so well. You had the episode on hole number 2, and that could have derailed some people, but you came and you parred, the next 6, 7, 8, 9 holes in a row. You must be mentally tough. How do you do that?
I didn't really worry about it. I mean, I got penalized for the right reason, so there was nothing I could do about it. I just went on.
That's a perfect attitude to have. Your list is undecided, so you just won a championship. I think a lot of colleges are going to want you there to play golf.
I hope. I mean, yeah.
Trust me. They will. Congratulations, and
Thank
a
you.
phenomenal finish there. I mean, that was very impressive, the approach shot, and of course, the putt. Congratulations. You are the
Thank you.
2021 Dye Junior Girls Champion.
Thank you
Congratulations.
so much.
How about that, Greg?
Thank
From
you.
Irvine to Carmel, 2,063 miles. She earned it. She got the title.
Well worth the trip. Eddie, thank you. We'll have Eddie get a quick word with Drew Wrightson coming up in just a matter of moments. Caden Pope. Good looking shot.
Yeah, he caught it just in the rough. He did exactly what he wanted to do.
Yep.
That's so good.
He'll have that putt for par to stay at 2 under and finish T3. And Nick Dunlap has 2 shots to finish in solo second. And Drew Wrightson has, 5 putts in hand and about 15 feet.
And a scorecard to sign, and that's about it. So great performance here on this back 9 from Drew Wrightson. And I know Coach McGraw at Baylor is very happy. And he's paying attention to what's going on. He's going to be a great champion here and a member at Crooked Stick. And hometown kid's going to win this.
Dunlap, good looking chip. And he'll have that left for solo second. Wrightson shooting for a 68. Not only winning the championship, but having the best round of the tournament. will definitively have 2 rounds under par here. He's got a handful of putts. How many will he need?
He got
How about
it.
one?
Way to end in style
One
there,
putt to
Drew
win it.
Wrightson. What a back 9.
5 under. By the way, in just the second year, you're not surprised when you have things like new course records or new tournament scoring records, but last year's winner and J.M. Butler was at even par. So business has been decided here at Crooked Stick today. And how about our 2 winners birdieing?
Birdieing 18,
the
yep, that's
54th
right.
hole of the tournament.
Especially after a weather delay, they refocused. Yep. And if you look at what Wrightson did after he came out from the delay, my goodness. 4 birdies and an eagle on that back 9.
Wrightson will be your winner by at least 6. Dunlap trying to get to the house at 1 over.
Yeah, good
He
putt
does
to
just
finish
that.
there. Yep.
So Dunlap will finish 73, 71, 73. Dunlap can return to this event next year if he chooses to. So can Caden Pope. Pope to remain tied for 3rd. Unfortunately, that does not go in, but he will simply fall 1 spot. He'll finish in 4th, solo 4th at 3 over par. But Drew Wrightson is your winner of the 2021 Pete and Alice Dye Jr. Invitational. And our full 2 days of golf here at Crooked Stick Golf Club has come to an end. Brent, your final thoughts on the 6 hours of golf that you and I were able to be a part of throughout the course of the day?
Well, we saw a little bit of everything from the weather and you know, watching 18 here, this is just such a tough hole to watch. And but congratulations to Lee Chin and Drew Wrightson, both birdieing, as we said, birdieing 18 to win. Drew Wrightson went out on the back 9 and won the event on his last 9, and great focus. And you know, Lee Chin obviously bounced back from that early penalty situation, then had a couple late doubles, and she birdies 18 to win. So again, you know, it's a special place here at Crooked Stick, and it creates special memories, and it did again for 2 young junior players. And you know, you look at how popular of a win this is for Drew Wrights and all of his friends, and everybody here from Crooked Stick going over and congratulating him. It's a big hometown win for him, and but it just, the end of this tournament, just, it's exactly what Pete and Alice Dye would have wanted. A bunch, you know, several junior players here from both genders playing for championships on a championship style golf course. It's been a great week, and I appreciate you having me here.
How about Drew shooting a 31 on your last 9 of the tournament when you have played 54 holes, again, in the span of about 30 hours.
With a bogey.
Yeah, exactly, with a bogey on 17.
I mean, that's what champions do. When it's on the line, you go get it. And Drew Wrightson did just that. And as I said, I talked to Coach Mike McGraw earlier today. They're very excited to get him to Baylor, and I see why. I mean, the kid's special, and he puts in the time. He's, you know, the old cliche of hard work wins, and that's exactly what happens here. He's very passionate about getting better. If you talk to Tony Pancake and you talk to Annabelle and these people that are around him all the time, he's a passionate player, and it paid off.
Thank you so much to Jordan Shue, Wayne Durr, Austin Lass, Matt Armstrong, Josh Baker, and Aaron Van Wolde, our tremendous crew. Thanks to Derek Schultz for his help yesterday. And thank you so much to, got him right now before he has to sign his scorecard. Eddie White has Drew Wrightson. Eddie, what do you have for us?
Get the champion before we go off air. Drew Wrightson. Okay, a year ago, you finished runner-up. Yeah. A lot of your buddies played last year, but they weren't eligible to play this year because they're older. Did you think a year ago, was this a goal for you today?
Yeah, this is a major goal. Being my home course and just being from Indiana, it's really, really special.
And you sent a message on that back 9. You weren't going to let anybody come close. Was it 31 with a bogey?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, so what was the mindset seriously last 2 days?
Just keep my foot on the pedal. I just, all credit to God and all credit to my caddy. Just kind of keeping me in the mindset and staying in the present.
Well, let's go back to round 1. What was your score through like the first 2-3 holes?
I think I was 2 over through 3, and I duck hooked my first tee shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what were you thinking?
Yeah, I was not in the right frame of mind. I woke up kind of tired and groggy, but was able to snap out of it, and fortunately we kept battling.
That seems like a year ago.
Yeah, you got it.
Now you're on to Baylor.
Yeah, on to Baylor next year. So.
And you're the champion.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
You did well.
Thank you.
Greg, There's our champion. A year ago, the
Congratulations,
runner-up. This year, he's number 1. Now he's headed to Baylor. Back to you guys.
Eddie, thank you very much, and wonderful job, Eddie, with all that you have done in terms of helping us out from an interview standpoint today. We greatly appreciate your hard work and being a part of the broadcast. Brent, closing thoughts on our day here at Crooked Stick.
No, this, like I said earlier, this is just a special place and a special week, and I really appreciate you having me and watching these top juniors from around the country play and see some local talent play as well, and they represented the state of Indiana well. But, you know, hats off to all 66 competitors, and just great play, and you continue to see it. The game of golf is growing, both genders, and it was a special week here.
Thank you to the folks behind the scenes here at Crooked Stick, the head pro, Tony Pancake, absolutely fantastic. Thanks to Nate Holm, again, his assistant, for his contributions over the course of the last couple of days. Those on the organizing committee for this event, Chris Worthwine, Sally Worthwine, and Lily Dye Harmon, again, they made our job easy. And thanks to Mother Nature for only delaying us by about 45 minutes when the forecast was ominous heading into the day. Congratulations to Lee Chien and Drew Wrightson. They are your champions for 2021 for the second installment of the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational. We'll do it again next year. Thanks for joining us all day long here on the ISC Sports Network. Fouled, and it goes!
Lobbing it to the back of the end zone. They're going to say it's a touchdown.
Left foot gets through. Goal for Vargas. Hamilton will score.